We back, baby! I am back, baby. Had some food, used the bathroom, talked to my loved ones, and yeah, I'm having an emotional but good night. Hello, Ashley. And what an intro to come into. I know. It. Sweet Myth's music makes music that slaps. Okay, what can I say? They're just nice enough to let me use this on this show. Hello, melodic, melodic, melodious, melodic. Yeah, I think melodic codes. I don't know why that just sounded weird to me. Melodic, maybe? Melodic. That sounds better. Melodic codes. Hello. Hey, Corn Pop for Prez. Hope you're doing well. I am. We hit our dono goal earlier today. I took a break for a couple hours, and hey, now we're back, and I've got a normal show for you guys. I knew I was pronouncing it wrong. Melodic codes. Let's see. Yes, double Jack stream today. I signed up for the Blue Sky social waitlist. You all should too. People are actually using it. So I saw some conflicting things, like the TOS of Blue Sky isn't great. But I don't know exactly. I mean, like, all of the TOSs on pretty much every site are not great. So I'm not sure exactly how far to take that. Though there is some stuff about, like, whatever you post on Blue Sky then owns or something like that. I don't know. I'm going to let it take off first. Neuron, it's Blue Sky is basically Twitter, but different. Well, it's like Twitter, but it is Twitter. It's just Twitter. Jack Dorsey made another company called Blue Sky, and people are using it now. It's an old Jack Dorsey project, so capitalist but not 4chan. Yeah. It's like Mastodon, but easy. The license to everything you post bit is basically necessary for social media to function. Maybe. I'm waiting in the wings to see if it takes off, and I assume that the lawyers who are going to use it are going to look over the TOS. We're back, One Hand Wonder. We back, baby. We back. I too like ELO, so I gotta join. Hell yeah. Yes, Neuron, exactly. Are you stuck on an aging social media platform? Call 1-800-PIPO-PIPO and Sons today, and we'll make sure you get the TOS you deserve. Yeah, nowadays, tech TOS have to cover every last detail, and reasonable objections get heard in court because they're not enforceable in every single case. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, man, look, not to like roast some absolute rando, but like this guy responding to my tweet calling people like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Glenn Beck, Sean Hannity, etc. absolute freaks. This guy responds with, Glenn is a man of honor. The rest probably not so much. It's just like, what world are you living in where Glenn Beck is a man of honor? Glenn Beck, the guy who like compares the Nazis to like transgender people. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sure he's a man of honor. Nah, he probably badmouths like his kids and like emotionally abuses and neglects his wife. Okay, like, and yes, who the hell is a Glenn Beck stan in 2023? Honestly, who the heck is a Glenn Beck stan in like any year, even at the height of his popularity? Like he was still like some fucking weirdo on TV with like a whiteboard, you know? Yeah, Glenn Beck, the guy who popularized the respectable theory that Obama was actually Kenyan. Oh god. Yeah, man of honor my ass. Anyway, the only thing I wanted to point out, we don't have a whole lot of updates when it comes to the Steven Crowder situation. Uh, though it is interesting that we have a number of Steven Crowder's former employees coming out now and basically standing in solidarity with Hillary Crowder and confirming that they too saw the abuse that she underwent. So here we have Yashar Ali, the person who broke the footage of the Steven Crowder story. Jared is a former Steven Crowder producer, and like many former Steven Crowder employees, he's standing with Hillary Crowder, Steven's soon-to-be ex-wife. In my story today, I detailed the cruel and emotionally abusive treatment Steven inflicted on Hillary. And you have Jared Monroe, who I think is referred to by Steven as not gay Jared, who says, to Hillary Crowder, who is like a sister to me, I love you and I'm here for you. And then a gif from The Office, my little heart can barely take it no more. And then in response to one person basically saying that Hillary Crowder is trying to pull an Amber Heard, Jared Monroe says, Hillary Crowder is no Amber Heard, I can assure you. Which really does kind of add a lot of fuel to the fire that Steven absolutely was abusing this woman for years. Is it too soon to post crabs? We have the video, though. It's too soon to post crabs. We will post crabs as soon as we hear that Hillary Crowder has taken him for like 80% of his net worth. Oh yeah, no, Glenn Beck tried to do the centrist pivot. He like had Christmas cookies with Samantha Bee, and it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life. Steven's supposed buddies are coming out with this is not good for him. Oh yeah, no, like the knives are out now. The knives are out, and none of these people are standing with Steven. It's even been suggested that what Candace Owens may have been alluding to was that they knew that Steven Crowder was emotionally abusing. They knew that he was abusing his wife, basically. You know. By the way, I bet you Jeremy Boring is sleeping real well on the pile of money he didn't pay Steven Crowder right now. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Steven Crowder should have taken that money and run with it, especially because he knew. He knew this was going to come down the pipeline. People fucking hate Steven. Like he's insufferable. And we knew that. And he should have known that because he was getting divorced by his wife at that point. Did Hillary not have a car to keep her dependent on Steven? Yeah. They only had one car, Corn Pop for Prez. Which is why in the clip, Steven's complaining that if she takes the car, he's going to be stuck at home, unable to see his parents or see his friends or do anything. He won't be able to go to the gym. Like, he crying about it like a little baby. Because his wife was, like, trying to get the fuck away from him to be safe. He got demonetized within months of rejecting that deal. Yeah, no. I mean, the reality is Steven Crowder can't control himself. So he probably would have been, like, constitutionally incapable of maintaining a deal with the Daily Wire like that. Steven Crowder seems like he keeps everyone under him in line through intimidation. The consequences of this being everyone hates him. So when they turn fast. Well, but like Snuggle Kitten, that's the other part. We watched the Dave Landau interview with Michael Malice. We watched the entire goddamn thing, and like Steven thinks he's intimidating. Like to people he works with, but he's not. Right? Like Dave Landau told a story about how Steven once called him and screamed at him, telling Dave Landau that he owned him. And like Dave was like, yeah, like at that point, like you have to laugh at it because like, no, he doesn't. like what? What are you talking about? So the reality is, Steven Crowder way overly inflates his ability to like own people. You know, like let me put it this way: he's acting like he has hundreds of millions of dollars when he has, you know, several $1 million, right? He's acting like he's the head of like a Fox network when he's really just like a mediocre talent, you know? So like it's not like this high end drama where he's like, I own you down from the tips of your hairs down to your toes and into the little crevice behind your ballsack. I own you. No, it's not like that. He can't destroy anybody. He's just an abusive prick. And like yeah, he thinks he's the guy who's saying I drink your milkshake, and he's not. He's just an abusive prick. And it's pretty apparent from the other people who are around him and how quickly these daggers are coming out. But what I was trying to say is that it's possible that the people at the Daily Wire who, you know, were on decent terms with Steven, like, knew about the abuse going on towards his wife, you know? And maybe that is what Candace Owens was referring to, and why Steven Crowder said it felt like he was being extorted by Candace Owens. Because and why he brought up the children so much, because if his abuse ever came to light in the wider public, he might not be allowed to like have his kids, you know? They still offered him $50 million. Yep, they still offered him $50 million. The right will replace him with Elijah Schaffer in like 45 seconds. Nah. No. Like, I've seen Elijah Schaffer's stuff, but like, and I understand why you would go there. But like, Elijah Schaffer is far too open of a Nazi. like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, not this guy. This guy is not going to replace Steven Crowder. He's too openly anti-Semitic. Who killed JFK's alleged killer? Weird they changed his name to make it sound more European. He's back. Jack Ruby, more like Jack Rubenstein. Like, nah, too, just as unfunny, I will grant you that. But too openly anti-Semitic. The right-wing media sphere is breaking down slowly. Has Dark Brandon started to rise again? You know, I was gonna say no, but... I was gonna say no, but also... Joe Biden enlisting, the country's apparently most expendable people. Every one of them willing to take a bullet for him. This is a real tweet, by the way. This is Take Your Child to Work Day. I had the honor of being protected by some of the toughest agents in town. And while it is kind of funny, this is still kind of fucking terrifying, sad, and like, I don't know, not great. They're ready to take a bullet for you, sir. Hey, 10-letter name. Was Rubenstein his last name the entire time and people just referred to him as Ruby for short? I have no idea. All I know is that Elijah Schaefer is like a Holocaust denier. Tucker's not gonna get replaced with Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi does not have any charisma. It's kind of cute. I mean, yeah, it's kind of cute until you realize that, like, people actually want to kill the president. You know, like... Jack Leon Ruby, born Jacob Leon Rubenstein. Yeah. No, Gamer G. They were the Secret Service today. Okay, it was Take Your Child to Work Day, not take your child to work and then, like, scope out the perimeter. Genuinely curious who they're gonna try to roll out to replace Tucker, though. Honestly, it's probably gonna be someone like Jesse Waters, but, like, no one's gonna be as successful as Tucker, you know? Someone in my building's playing really loud bass. I feel less bad about being a loud streamer at night. Hey, before we get into the show today, I thought we'd have some fun and watch some video game trailers, huh? How about that? Because I have not yet seen Armored Core 6 Fires of the Rubicon trailer. Let's go, baby. Sci-fi Dark Souls.
Close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter verified. Activating cerebral coral control device.
Feed the fire. No, FromSoft's pretty good at optimizing their stuff. Let the cinders.
Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Yo, this looks cool. Mech souls, basically.
One of the infamous handler Walter's hounds. Interesting. You ready to climb the wall?
Call sign Raven. Priority subject for termination. High on the list.
A coral response from the generator. Watch out!
Why hide behind another's call sign?
Let's see how far they can fly. On borrowed wings.
Cool. Cool. Custom Robo game. Look, Armored Core is basically custom Robo. What's the name of this game? It is Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. You start at the beginning of the game and get absolutely pwned by one of those little yellow helmet bots from Mega Man. Oh, God. Wait. Oh, look at that. Look. The collector's edition has a giant robot. That's cool. Every collector's edition should come with a giant robot. Neat. Yeah, literally the last game in this series is over a decade old. I remember playing it at a friend's house when I was a kid. Can't wait for Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor's been getting great reviews, too. I haven't paid any attention to it because I thought the first game was fairly... Like, it was okay, but, like, eh. But maybe this next one's good. What game had the giant mech rig? What... Was that Steel Battalion? Yes, but also there were a few others that fit that description. We're also going to watch this because I love Stellaris. More than I love most humans.
To what extent does the past shape our future? A millennia I spent in cryosleep. Why was I placed there? What is my destiny? To find my purpose, I must uncover my past.
Hell yeah. Okay, and we have more. I'm just going buck wild with all these trailers, okay? People have been really playing up No Man's Sky recently. Roberts. Yeah, like when did No Man's Sky come out? 2014? 2016. Man, this game's been out for like 7 years, man. They're still releasing so much new content for it. Hey, Catalina Gearbox. What's this?
Remember, just feel it.
All right.
You're on Kobo. The Mogul Wampa thing is coming. You're not scared. Show me focus. Good. You're not playing baseball.
Right.
You will take me to the senator now.
You'll take me to the senator
No
now.
less risk.
Mark, you know I don't actually have the Force, right?
BD1 says no excuses. Hold it. You get 2 lightsabers?
Well, technically one, but I can split them.
You never gave me 2 lightsabers.
Mark? Duck. Okay, now use your Force powers to pull that sphere.
I really don't need you to explain the Force to me.
Is that implying that is that either a very nice marketing gimmick, or is Mark Hamill actually in Jedi Survivor? Because that'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. We got confirmation of a new Professor Layton game. Yo, what? It's true, we did. Look at how charming this game looks. I like the aesthetic of those games a lot. Oh, and I came across this and thought it'd be a fun little thing to show you all. It's like a 5-minute little short. And some of you might recognize bits of this.
Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power.
The fleet is in position, my lord. We have heard nothing from the planet.
Through power, I gain victory.
My lord, we are approaching the deadline and the planet is yet to surrender.
chains are broken. The Force shall free me.
My lord.
Telos had its chance. Begin the bombardment. Destroy the planet.
Sir, Lord Revan's orders
Are inconsequential. Today, the galaxy shall fear the Sith once more. And if Revan doesn't have the strength to make it so, request a transfer if you must, Admiral. But you will follow these orders, or you will pay the price.
Yes, Lord Malak.
Isn't that cool? It's so cool. Major excite? Yeah. I forgot I had memorized the Sith and Jedi codes. Yee. Unfortunately, just as an FYI, that was not a trailer for the Old Republic, but or the Knights of the Old Republic. Just that well, there are people who are making stuff in Unreal Engine, and goddamn, it just looks really great. I mean, like, look at this. This is for Knights of the Old Republic Episode 1, The Spire. It's just a trailer. But, like, people are just making this for free. Because they want to.
Jedi. Sith.
To them, it's all the same. You're new, right? No previous service. No real record outside a few smuggling charges.
I'm not. Who are you again?
Trask Olgo, ensign with the Republic fleet.
They are gone, my lord. They must have slipped by on patrols.
Sir, the Spire is falling apart. We need to leave.
Not yet. Not while anyone else is left on board.
I don't know, it's just neat. I like it. But Jack, people wouldn't make things for free. That's why we need capitalism. Well, people wouldn't make things for free if those things were like, I don't know, cleaning like the fatbergs out of sewer systems. This is so great. What the fuck? Right? Yeah. I'm down for this as a show. Me too. It looks great. The voice acting is a little rocky, but I'm sure, like, give them more time, they'll get it down. Still waiting on the day Troubleshooter gets the attention it deserves. I own that game. I still haven't played it because I've been waiting for it to come out. But was that a fan-made thing? Yeah, both of them were. Folks, I will be back in a few minutes, and then we will talk about Jerry Springer. So gird your loins, because it's going to be uncomfortable. BRB. Hello, 10-letter name. Hey, Lucas Dawn. Yeah, who's sleeping on Weird Al? Weird Al has been top tier for like decades. Also, this Thrumbo plush is really cute. I don't know if it's cute enough for me to spend $30 on it, but it's really cute. I do like RimWorld a lot. When did YouTube take away the ability to rewind a live stream? That I don't know. People have been telling me there's like an option that I can turn on in the on the live stream, but I don't know how to actually turn that on. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Sorry. Okay, so LB, it is now your birthday, and I will now sing you the birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear LB. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday. Congratulations on living for another year, friend. It's hard to do. Oh, thanks, Hideous Lemon. My goodness. Yawn. Hey, Lucas Dawn. Welcome to riverboat.gg. The place to be. Okay. So, folks, we are now going to talk about a man called Jerry Springer. Now, Jerry Springer holds a very complicated place in my heart, specifically because Jerry Springer is one of the only people who, frankly, informed me that transgender people existed. Growing up, there were really only two sources of that information in my household, and those were Jerry Springer and Maury Povich. And both shows considered widely daytime trash. Maury Povich was known for its "you are not the father" type content, and Jerry Springer certainly did a lot of that as well, but Jerry Springer was much more known for fighting. It was known for people getting up on stage, airing out their dirty laundry, and then punching each other. And Jerry Springer profited off of this for a very, very long time. And I just wanted to show you guys a few clips of how Jerry Springer contributed to, and I have to say this very, very carefully and because it's a very convoluted and strange point. Jerry Springer weirdly contributed to the normalization of trans people in America. Specifically because a lot of people only knew that trans people existed because of his show. And I'm going to show you the content that he would run. It's still on his YouTube, so I figure it's fair game. That alerted people to trans people's presence, and I think you might notice why there are so many trans people of my generation and older who were deathly afraid of coming out, because the lessons that Jerry Springer and Maury Povich provided about transgender people essentially stopped and ended at trans people exist. And I mean, here's a 30-second clip uploaded to the Jerry Springer Show YouTube account 9 years ago.
I was actually born a man.
I'm letting you know I was born a man.
You got by a man. I'm a
I ain't know she was a man. Like, come on. I gotta go back to my husband.
Mom, you dying!
That's a job. Jerry.
Literally, that's one of their promos, titled "Tranny Takedowns." Here's another one. My girlfriend is leaving me for a tranny.
I'm a very sexual person.
Yeah.
Me and my boyfriend, we get into a lot of freaky things.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. You know, we have a lot of rough sex. We have threesomes.
Oh,
We
yeah.
role play. It's just that lately, he hasn't been as active as he used to be.
Oh.
He's always complaining about being tired. He's
Yeah.
constantly tired. He doesn't have the time.
Yeah.
I feel neglected sexually.
Oh,
So-
poor thing, yeah. So now what?
I met somebody.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How'd you meet the person?
I met my friend Mia on
Mia.
the Green Line train.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking one day, and she's like, you know I'm a transsexual, right? And I'm like, so I was like, I don't believe you. And I'm like, send me a picture of your penis so I can know. I want to know. So she sent it, and I'm like, oh, okay, looks good. So
Yeah.
we've been intimate now for about 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And now what about your boyfriend?
I don't want to be with him no more.
Oh.
You're supposed to be my wife. We supposed to get married in like 6 months.
I'm sorry.
What can sorry do? You cheated on me, like, for real.
And I also want to tell you that she's a transsexual.
Oh, what? Yeah. For real? For real?
Your
For
girl is
real?
my girl now.
No, this my girl.
Your girl is my girl.
No, this is my girl.
You don't have a
She
girl
coming home
anymore.
with me.
She's not.
She coming
When
home
we
with
get on
me.
the plane to go to Chicago, she's coming with me.
No, she
We're
coming home
moving
with
in
me.
together. Your 2 years is nothing compared to the 2 weeks that we
How
have
can you
had.
think you can just come into a happy relationship and just break us up like that?
This is what happens
It
when you
ain't
lack on your pimping. She choosing, and that's
Lacking?
not you. When you're at work, guess what? She's with me. I'm at your house where you pay bills.
You be in my house?
I'm at your house
You
where
in my bed?
eating your food, laying in your bed, and everything else. It's a wrap.
Oh, really? After 2 long years of me putting all my trust and love in you, my loyalty, you just gonna throw it away for this?
She is not a this.
This is a this.
She is a she.
She ain't no she.
She is a she. And you need to respect her because she's my partner.
Hell no, I can't respect that.
You don't have a choice.
I do have a choice.
This is who I'm gonna be with.
I have a choice.
This is who I'm with, though.
Is you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
You gonna throw away this?
It's over, baby. It's over.
And here's another clip from 2013, titled Tranny Bomb.
And me and my boys decided to go to Vegas. We go to the strip club, we get to the casino. Ooh. I'm on the blackjack board.
Yeah.
This cutie, man, she's eyeing me. Ooh. I'm eyeing her. I mean, I take her to the bar, have a couple drinks. We was in Vegas, so it was almost like hangover. Okay. Supposed to go back to her apartment, we didn't make it. We ended up in the backseat of my rental, and things got hot, Jerry. But I got back to Detroit after the trip, and I just realized that I wasn't ready. I called off my engagement, and
just because you had a great time being single in Vegas.
I had a great time being single, and you know, if I could do that in one trip, I mean, it just helped me realize there's a lot of things I want to experience. There's a lot of fun I still want to have. I've been calling, I've been texting, but I haven't had a reply. So I invited her here today because I really want to see what's up. Can we spend more time together? And I also want to thank her. She's the reason I realized that I wasn't ready. But what I really wanted to know is would you like to go out? Would you like to chill and have fun, like turn up like we did in Vegas?
Look, I had fun in Vegas. I think you're a nice person. You're handsome. You live in Detroit. I live all the way in Vegas. I don't do long distance relationships.
I'm not trying to make you wifey. I'm not trying to make you my girlfriend. I just want to have fun.
There's just something else you need to know. I'm born a man.
Wait, what? You think that's cool? You sitting here with a smile on your face and you thinking it's cool that you go around messing with dudes? You think it's cute that you walk around with in your pants and you walking around? What?
By the way, this is why trans women often don't tell cis men that they're trans to their face, because they will try and fucking kill you. Also, just as an FYI, while a lot of reality TV shows are faked, Jerry Springer is probably one of the least faked ones. They basically just pay for guest travel, the hotel to appear on the show, and a small stipend for meals. They don't actually pay the guests anything. So, yeah.
Jerry, he's a married man. Men do it to women all the time. So, therefore, I feel like he got what he deserved. Exactly.
I did what?
You got what you deserve.
I got what I deserve.
I don't like gay men anyway.
I'm sorry, but like, the only reason this is socially acceptable to people is because they view it as two men fighting, as opposed to a man trying to beat up a woman.
Like straight men.
You don't like gay men?
No! I'm gonna show you gay!
And one more for good measure. This one's called Tranny Fever, and it aired in 2012.
Jerry.
Good.
I came here today because I went to this club previously and I saw this group dancing on stage. It was this girl. She was bad. I had to have her. She was definitely my type.
This was at a club.
Yeah.
And it's a group dancing,
Yes.
right? And you, in your words, had to have her. Well, did you go up and talk to her?
No, I didn't get a chance to talk to her because, you know, I'm type shy a little bit. You know, I'm not always shy, but I didn't want to go up there and then she shut me down. You know, I'd be like looking all crazy.
So you'd rather go on national television and get shut down? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is recent enough that it has a hashtag underneath it. Hashtag #TGirlLove. Nah, this isn't the 1990s Gamer G. This is last decade. This is the aughts.
Which one was it that kind of got your attention?
Alexandria.
Alexandria?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just bought you these flowers because I want to know after the show you possibly want to go out on a date with me.
Thank you. That's really sweet. Well, let me tell you, yes, I would love to go out with you. But I do think you should know something before we get too serious.
What's that?
I was actually born a man.
You can't be. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm actually serious.
Well, you were attracted. Are you still?
No disrespect though, like I still think you hot, don't get me wrong, but I'm not like I can't I can't do that.
I understand, but we could be friends, right?
Yeah, no, definitely we could be friends, no doubt. No doubt. We could definitely be friends.
That's great. Okay. We'll be right back.
Cool. It's just like, man. This is the last TMZ interview with him. It's real short.
Hey man, your Bengals put up a good fight this weekend, man. How do you feel about the season coming up?
Well, I think they've got a shot. I think Cleveland's going to be tough in the division. I think anyone in the end beating New England, that's going to, you know, you can get as happy as you want, but in the end, there's always Brady and
They look good.
Yeah, they really do.
And I wanted to talk to you about this Antonio Brown situation, especially since you're a judge now, man.
Oh,
these accusations.
Well, I may have to recuse myself if the case comes before me.
Right.
No, that's it's serious, but he's gonna. I've got nothing to say about it. It's, you know, until you know the facts, it's so easy to make judgments.
Right.
He says nothing happened, and until there's evidence that it did happen, I'm not going to pounce on it.
Right, of course. Okay, man. Hey,
Okay.
of course. Hey, appreciate the time. Take care, Matt.
Oh, I guess this wasn't the clip where he was in it. Was it this one? No. This one? Maybe.
What about the rap that you're using a term that transgender people feel is offensive to them?
You mean the term tranny?
Yep.
Yes.
This was 2014.
Well, I've just been educated. I won't use that term. I mean, honestly, I had no idea that you're not supposed to use that term. So now we'll find another term to use. But yeah, I didn't know that it was offensive to them, and I'm not interested. I'm not interested in offending people. So obviously, I'll just change the term. There's no argument there.
So, you know, like, I don't think he was a bad guy, per se. I just think that, like, in a weird way, he did a lot to, like, let people know that trans people even exist. But also, like, a lot of the lessons around letting people know that trans folk exist really weren't great. One of the big reasons it took me a very long time to come out publicly was because my perception of trans people was colored by shows like Jerry Springer's. Yeah, it wasn't great. Spectral Pyre, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Jack's still live. Well, I'm live again, baby. We went off live for a while, now we're back. Oh, and Mari too. Mari was less, like, physically abusive compared to Springer's show, but Mari was no less exploitative. Yeah, like, Mangled Mel, I think a lot of people who weren't paying attention, like, I was paying attention because closeted trans lady who didn't know she was trans yet. But I think a lot of people just didn't really pay that much attention, and kind of fucked a lot of us up, while also kind of, like, showing us that there were possibilities to be happy, you know? All those shows were exploitative? Well, yeah, no shit. All reality TV is exploitative. That's why I said they were both exploitative. Andrew Tate has been poisoned or is having an allergic reaction. I mean, I'm gonna put my money on allergic reaction, but... Andrew Tate says he's been poisoned after drinking coffee and water. Oh, the tweets are now deleted, so I'm guessing he wasn't actually poisoned. Andrew Tate showed his swollen face, red skin, in a video that lets you hear that he's having trouble breathing. Face swollen, blood pressure's through the roof, skin's on fire, hard to breathe, some sort of severe reaction or poison. Only had coffee and water so far today. All appeared in the last 5 minutes, he said. Eyes almost shut, gathering chi. In a now deleted third reply, Andrew's manager or another employee issued an update claiming the influencer is not allergic to anything. This has never happened before. He has only had water and coffee today, either an insect bite or some Matrix attack insanity in his bottled water. Ah, yes, they couldn't possibly be any other possibilities. We'll have to wait for an update on Andrew Tate's health, but so far all he's posted is a picture of the 1990s movie Hard to Kill. God fucking damn it. Yeah, dude probably just, like, took out, like, opened a window. It's springtime. I can't tell if that's a joke or not. No, that's real. That's a real thing. He actually posted that, yeah. What a fucking clown. Yeah, send thoughts and prayers, chat. Bro is a walking meme in a scary way. I genuinely didn't think he was a real person when I first heard about him. Thought he was playing a character. Yeah, nah, he's a real piece of work, that one. Gathering fucking chi, yeah. And look, I know this is unrelated, but the Jerry Springer clips, like Jerry Springer's an old guy, made me think of another old guy named Larry King. And this is probably my favorite moment of Larry King on television ever. And frankly, it might be one of the best things to come out of television ever. So here we go.
A luxury you can't live without.
A luxury I can't live without. Coffee. I really like good
It's not
coffee.
a luxury, you can get it anywhere.
I guess, yeah, I like good coffee.
I love coffee too.
I like nice socks.
Socks. Your socks, would you put in your shoes?
Yeah, I really love them. I like kind of like, you know, cozy feet.
You're attracted to your socks.
I'm attracted to really nice running socks. Like, I'm always looking for good running socks.
That's not a luxury, though. Coffee and socks are not a luxury.
All right, give me a luxury. What luxury should I have?
Private plane.
Larry, I'm on DuckTales.
Do you think fireflies mean something dirty, Larry King, Jeff?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm not gonna watch 5 minutes of that, but that was pretty good. I still think when he answers his phone on the Dave Rubin report, it's even better. Danny Pudi just has natural comedic timing. My hatred for Dave Rubin does make that moment very, very funny, though. Archangel... Sure. Oh. There have been a lot of theories floated about what prompted Fox News to abruptly fire Tucker Carlson, but MAGA pastor Shane Vaughn knows what really happened. We know that Tucker Carlson was a victim of a demonic power. Well, I hope that this theory is explained in great and excruciating detail.
Tucker Carlson is gone because of spiritual warfare. I want you to listen closely to me. There is something much bigger than the elites. There's something much bigger than Charles Schwab, George Soros, or Rupert Murdoch. There is something that is working for the destruction of America. It works in the background. You don't see it. You like to call it the cabal. All the podcasters love to talk to you about the cabal. They love to talk about BlackRock, and that's fine, and it's all true. But ladies and gentlemen, you are focusing on the symptoms rather than the disease. And until you can see beyond Q, you got to get past the letter Q, and you got to get to the letter Alpha and Omega. See? Beyond all of that, there are some people that know what's going on, and we know how to fight against it because we know that Tucker Carlson was a victim of demonic power.
Those goddamn witches finally got him.
And these demons are bringing America under attack.
Oh my god. Fucking hell, man. And yeah, there is more like Candace Owens, Steven Crowder drama. Owens has denied the extortion allegations and told the Daily Beast she sent Crowder a cease and desist. On Thursday, she said she received a response from his lawyer stating that she did not have grounds for a defamation lawsuit. I sent him a cease and desist based off his claims, which made it very clear that he was accusing me of extortion and heavily insinuating that something happened behind the scenes where I somehow threatened him and his child, Owens told the Daily Beast. His lawyer came back and basically said that my claims were not actionable because he was using the term extortion as a feeling. Oh, God. Yeah, here you go, Zoop. There you go. Knock yourself out. The attorney's letter states that Mr. Crowder's opinions fall far short of any defamation. At most, he has merely opined comparatively the feeling of certain misconduct to his own present state of being. Again, at most, they are simply reminiscent, in Mr. Crowder's personal opinion, of the specifically referenced type of misconduct. A Crowder spokesperson did not return the Daily Beast's request for comment. So essentially, Crowder, knew he was lying, Owens alleged. He knew what people would discern from it, and now he's backtracking it privately by trying to make it seem like my video made him feel like it could have been extortion. Which is obviously bullshit, but this is what Steven Crowder does. He lies for a living. I wonder who else might do that. Owens theorized that Crowder made his announcement now after his once ally, Owen Benjamin, leaked news of Crowder's divorce this week. He also speculated that the announcement was meant to distract from a recent interview in which a former Crowder employee accused Crowder of censoring him. Which, true. That we did watch the Dave Landau interview. Is there anything else here? I don't think so. That was like the new bit of info. Hey, Squirtolo. Oh, I don't think so, Zoop. The term Cabal originates from a Jewish mystical book called the Kabbalah, so the term itself is a dog whistle. Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, the Archangel, we can chill, it's fine. We got some newbies here. There's more Jack. Is it my birthday? No, but it's LB's. All of us cool kids are in cabals. He's just Shelly. He doesn't meet our high standards of not being a hate-mongering douche. True. Okay, chat, do you want a new Renegade cut video, or do you want a video explaining why wind turbines at sea are so big? Which do you want? One or the other? Okay. Ba-da-da-da-ba. Wind turbines, let's do it.
It got me wondering why they're so big. They're almost defying imagination at this point. But bigger is always better in the world of wind. The reason is simple. We can harness more wind with bigger rotors to produce more energy. But onshore turbines have their limits. To meet these challenges, engineers have been moving offshore. However, we only have so much coast to work with, and the most powerful winds are in the open ocean, where the water is much, much deeper. What if we could push—
I'll be right back, folks, but I'll leave the video playing.
Boundaries even further? The wind industry is currently doing just that, which which is why floating wind turbines are suddenly so huge. By sending these skyscraper-sized floating structures out to sea, we can take advantage of faster, more consistent wind. That still leaves some big questions though, so let's address the elephant, or maybe the turbine, in the room. Why are floating wind turbines gigantic in the first place? And can the scale of floating wind be practical to meet the planet's energy needs? Is floating wind overblown? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. Despite how fantastical the concept of floating wind might seem, offshore wind turbines are going through quite the growth spurt. Earlier this year, the Danish company Vestas swept away the competition with its prototype offshore turbine, the V236 15 megawatt, a name that rolls right off the tongue. It's now the tallest turbine in the world. For comparison, here's the 300 meter or 984 foot tall Eiffel Tower, and here's the V236 turbine at 280 meters or 919 feet. These burgeoning advances come as the world grows big on big turbines, and the rationale for them all comes down to math. Before we describe how these behemoths can be buoyant, we have to establish how large these things actually are. And to help wrap your head around the size, we'll begin with the closest reference that we all have, ourselves. The average human height across the globe is roughly 5 feet 5 inches, or about 1.7 meters. A one-story building is about 4.3 meters tall. De Noord, a Dutch national monument, is the tallest traditional windmill in the world and a restaurant, and it stands 33.3 meters. Zoom out from grinding flour to generating power, and you'll see how turbines have advanced from landscape to landmark. Since the turn of the century, US-based turbines have increased in hub height from the ground to the middle of the rotor by about 66%. And consequently, as of 2021, the average US-based wind turbine is 94 meters or 308 feet tall, or slightly above the height of the Statue of Liberty's torch. Don Quixote wouldn't have stood a chance. Now here's where it starts to kick into high gear. Maximizing wind's potential requires that we blow up the size of turbines even more. And for many countries, hitting clean energy targets also means hitting the beach, but to build turbines, not sandcastles. Now scoring big air is easier when you have fewer obstacles in your way. Enter offshore wind, which refers to two types of tech. There's the fixed bottom turbines that you'd spot in the shallows, like the continental shelf in the North Sea, and the floating towers in waters more than 60 meters or 197 feet deep. And yes, they float, but more on how that works later. Recently, the China State Shipbuilding Corporation, or CSSC, announced it's undertaking one of the most massive turbines yet, the H260 18 megawatt. With a rotor diameter that spans 260 meters or 853 feet, its swept area comes out to 53,000 square meters, or slightly over 570,000 square feet. That's the equivalent to about 10 American football fields. And you're probably wondering, why go to such extremes? Wouldn't it be easier to station smaller, easier to handle turbines in larger groups than the other way around? Well, the answer lies in wind energy's nonlinear growth rate. You can't chart the effects of tweaking turbine measurements in a straight line. That's because slight increments cause big jumps in productivity. Mathematically, the power equation for a wind turbine shows this superlinear growth as the available mechanical power is equal to half the air density multiplied by the wind velocity cubed and the radius squared. If that's Greek to you, like it is to me, don't worry. Now the gist of this is that as you broaden the radius of a turbine, you can generate greater factors of power. So let's use the CSSC's record-breaking rotor as an example. Now their 2017 wind turbines started at a radius of 85.5 meters. In just 5 years, they've been able to improve the efficiencies of all the power and mechanical components, as well as increasing the radius to 130 meters, upgrading its capacity from 5 megawatts to 18 megawatts. And the power equation also explains the necessity of continuously elevating the turbine's height. Generally, as you head higher into the sky, the wind speeds up. The faster the wind that you're working with, the more power that you can generate. And this is especially crucial because wind velocity in the mechanical power equation is cubed. If you double the wind speed, you octuple the energy output. Now, even a tiny shift in wind speed can propel superlinear gains. A turbine spinning in a 6.7 meters per second or 15 mile per hour wind can generate twice as much energy as another that's in a 5.4 meters per second, 12 miles per hour wind. With numbers like that, setting up floating wind turbine platforms deeper into the ocean where wind speeds are generally higher starts to make more sense. But just how much more sense? Well, before I get to that, I need to talk about something else that might make a lot of sense to many of you, and it did for me. That's today's sponsor, Factor. Starting around last summer, I fell into a bad routine where I was working some crazy hours and wasn't finding the time to make myself healthy, well-rounded meals. I just didn't have the time, and it really started to impact my energy and focus. I ended up stumbling upon Factor and gave it a try, completely independent of this sponsorship. But this has been going on since last September, and, well, I love it. Eating more well-rounded meals that are chef-prepared and dietitian-approved has had an impact. I feel better about what I'm eating, and they're absolutely delicious. They have over 34 weekly options to choose from, so there's always something new to try. But I've got to admit, my favorite is the Peanut Bootable. It's absolutely killer. But what's also great is that Factor offsets 100% of their delivery emissions, they source 100% renewable electricity for their production sites and offices, and have sustainably sourced seafood. No prep, no mess, never frozen, and ready in just 2 minutes. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, and I love switching between the brands, and now you can too. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use the code undecided50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. That's factor75.com and the code undecided50. Thanks to Factor and to all of you for supporting the channel. So back to making sense of floating wind turbines. At the world's first commercial floating wind farm, Hywind Scotland, each of its 5 Siemens turbines managed to stay stable with a tower head mass of around 350 tons, atop a spar buoy with roughly 6,060 tons of ballast, in waters that are 95 to 120 meters deep, which is about 311 to 393 feet for us Americans. And these babies surf the waves at a hub height of 98 meters or 322 feet. And these proportions sound pretty, well, quixotic, but the results are very real. When you widen a turbine's swept area, you enable it to capture more wind and generate more power. And one gargantuan turbine can do the job of many. Take the Haliade X, manufactured by the US-based company General Electric. It can provide enough energy for a UK household for 2 days with 1 rotation. I'm sure its 220-meter rotor and max height of 260 meters might have something to do with that. And to put those numbers into perspective, the largest passenger plane, the Airbus A380, flies with a wingspan of 80 meters. And offshore wind isn't just skyrocketing in size, it's shooting up in popularity as well. According to the German technology company Siemens, 2021 saw global offshore wind capacity expand by a record 18 gigawatts. That brings us to about 51 gigawatts of collective capacity in total. So why offshore? Well, location, location, location. Wind speeds are higher and more uniform off the shore than on land. On top of this, we usually like to settle down relatively close to the coast. And according to the United Nations, about 40% of people around the world live within 100 kilometers or 60 miles of the sea. In the US's case, the majority of the population is concentrated in the states that border either the ocean or the Great Lakes. As a result, almost 80% of the country's electricity demand stems from these areas. And this makes offshore wind particularly convenient because their proximity allows for shorter transmission lines. Another advantage of offshore turbines is that in the US, winds available on land tend to strengthen at night when consumer demand is low. Offshore wind projects can strategically place seaside turbines where wind speeds peak during the afternoon and evening right alongside demand. Offshore wind also helps to avoid wind shadow. That's the type of drag that reduces the speed and the amount of energy that's captured each time you add another turbine close to another one. Sailors actually have a term for this phenomenon too, called bad or dirty air. Getting caught downwind of another boat reduces your own vessel's power, slowing you down. And just as wakes trail behind boats as they zip through the water, the wakes of the turbines ripple through the air. According to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, this can disrupt wind farm production, reducing its potential energy by about 10%. Developers on the ground do their best to circumvent this effect by spacing out the turbines, which means covering more land. But with the vast expanses of the ocean at our disposal, combined with the colossal turbine sizes that can do more work in smaller groups, offshore wind can easily steer clear of this problem. Overall, seafaring turbines have a significant edge over their land-loving counterparts, and offshore wind can certainly make for quite the catch. The US Department of Energy estimates that just 1% of offshore wind's potential could power nearly 6.5 million homes. And in a 2019 report, the International Energy Agency estimated that the technical potential of turbines deployed in less than 60 meters of water is 36,000 terawatt hours per year. That's more than enough for all of us, considering the global electricity demand is about 23,000 terawatt hours per year. But fixed bottom turbines can only go so far. Shallow water isn't distributed evenly around the world, and some locations are already fully booked or inaccessible. Beachfront property has never had a reputation for being easy to obtain. About 80% of offshore wind resources circulate in waters deeper than 60 meters anyway. For example, the west coast of the US doesn't have much of a continental shelf to work with. In California, once you go offshore, you quickly run into waters over 1,000 meters deep. The powerful wind that we want also lies above deep water off the coastlines of places like the Great Lakes, Japan, and the Mediterranean Sea, Where fixed bottom isn't feasible, floating is the way to go, and making use of these areas would be no small feat. The International Energy Agency also calculated that floating turbines could produce enough electricity for the entire world 11 times over in 2040. So how do we get there? Well, with boats. That's a major benefit of floating turbines, assembly in a port rather than out in the ocean itself. The specialized vehicles needed to install fixed bottom turbines like jackup and dynamic positioning vessels are both expensive and hard to come by. But with floating turbines, once constructed, workers can just tow them where they need to be rather than struggle with installation on site. Boats also underpin the physics behind how turbines taller than the world's wonders can defy gravity. The same principles that make the operation of oil tankers possible apply to floating wind as well. In fact, the oil and gas industry's nautical experience is exactly what floating turbines rely on. Some iterations of floating turbines stand atop spar buoys, just like the ones that have supported offshore drilling for decades. And that's why it's no surprise that the Norwegian petroleum company Equinor founded Hywind Scotland in 2017 using its own spar buoy designs. It wasn't exactly navigating unfamiliar waters. Whether the offshore wind industry can stay afloat is another question. Like with most emerging technologies, the cost of floating wind turbines is steep. The infrastructure needed to mass produce them doesn't exist yet, and most projects are only just now getting started. According to a September 2022 White House brief, globally only 0.1 gigawatt of floating offshore wind has been deployed to date, compared with over 50 gigawatts of fixed bottom offshore wind. Advocates for floating wind argue that industrialization is key to driving down the costs. For right now though, floating wind turbines need about double the funding of fixed bottom ones. According to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, expenses related to the turbines themselves are identical. It's the installation and increased amount of material needed for the foundations that jack up prices. The Department of Energy estimates that turbines without sea legs cost about $30 per megawatt hour, and fixed bottom wind turbines cost about $80. Meanwhile, floating wind hovers around $200 per megawatt hour. Plus, the monstrous submarine cables connected to the floating turbines aren't just far from land, they're far from cheap. As you can imagine, burying an electrical cable into the seafloor requires a boatload of insulation and meticulous engineering. I've actually touched on how astronomically expensive these networks of thick cords can get in a previous video about macro versus microgrids. Now with all that in mind, I guess you could say it's much harder for floating wind developers to keep from blowing the budget. The environmental impacts of floating turbines are another prominent concern. Oceanographers haven't yet established a concrete base of repercussions of all those concrete bases on marine ecology. We do know that offshore wind farms can act as artificial reefs that attract sea life, but whether this causes a negative ripple effect is unclear. Researchers from the US National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration do note that potential consequences include the introduction of noise pollution, electromagnetic fields that can disrupt the behavior of aquatic animals, and increased vessel traffic, which might mean increased vessel strikes. It's also difficult to determine how dangerous turbines are for birds in general, especially between species. The mystery won't last forever though. There are promising ways to mitigate those effects. But if one thing's for certain, it's that the theoretical possibilities offered by floating wind are nothing to blow off. The Vestas V236 15 megawatt is currently installed in the Østerild Test Center in western Jutland, Denmark. After it completes that phase, it's going to graduate to the Frederikshavn offshore wind farm in 2024. A single turbine can produce 80 gigawatt hours per year, or enough to power about 20,000 European households. If just one of these turbines can power tens of thousands of homes, then what can we achieve by moving from handfuls to hundreds? So does floating offshore wind blow you away? Or has all this turbine talk left you feeling winded? Jump in the comments and let me know. Be sure to check out my follow-up podcast, Still to be Determined. We'll be discussing some of your feedback. And thanks to all my patrons who get ad-free versions of every video. And thanks to all of you for watching and commenting. I'll see you in the next one.
Elden Ring is a game that is jam-packed with grand narratives, powerful themes, and larger-than-life characters, many of which we have tackled in long-form content on this channel. Yet the Lands Between aren't just a stage for these events to play out on, they are a lived-in place, and beneath the notice of gods and heroes, there are smaller stories, hidden tales of murder, crime, schemes, and heroism that are told through environmental and indirect storytelling. This is something that From Software has always done well in their games, not only telling us the story through item descriptions, but showing us it through scenes and enemy placement, and Elden Ring is no different in that regard. In this lore video, we are going to take a closer look at the Lands Between and analyse some of these micro stories, as I feel it adds some breadth and realism to the lore of the greater macro narratives. But before we get started, guys, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider subscribing to the channel and liking this video. Ziostorm recently did an interesting video on the Manus Celeste, the cathedral found in Moonlight Altar, where he tries to uncover the potential answers as to what this cathedral is all about. It is an interesting discussion, and it really got me interested in the Moonlight Altar in general, so props to Zio for starting this conversation, because it is easy to just ignore this as another area with random ruins across it. In this region there are 4 main sites of interest: the Cathedral of Manus Celeste, the Moonfolk ruins, the Lunar Estate ruins, and the 3 sister statues. So let us try and uncover this mystery by trying to determine who once lived here and what happened here. As Ziostorm points out, the Cathedral of Manus Celeste is itself in the same style as the Church of Vows, a building constructed by the Carians, and thus I do not think it is revolutionary to say that this cathedral was also built by the Carians. As an aside, we will return to the connections to the Eternal City statues later on. Let us talk about the Carians then, and why this whole region, Moonlight Altar, has some strong connections and allusions to them. Firstly, as Ziostorm states in his video, this part of Liurnia is situated on the western side, which the map says has strong connections to the Carians, which makes sense given that Caria Manor is also on the western side, so it just plays into the western side being associated with the Carians. The history of the Carians is really interesting, and is something I have discussed to a degree in my Rani lore video already. But before we discuss the Carians, let us also discuss something else that's really interesting. Today's sponsor, Surfshark. Today's video is brought to you by Surfshark, who have been kind enough to offer Smalltown viewers an incredible deal. Surfshark VPN can be used to keep your personal data, accounts, and connection safe, with one single account usable on unlimited devices. In my opinion, Surfshark's dashboard and interface is by far the best in the business. Clean and clear, allowing you to access features and alerts easily. One of my favourite features is the alert function that can monitor and scan your emails for breaches. Recently, phishing has become a big concern of mine that keeps me up at night, and it is great to have peace of mind with a quick scan of my email accounts. For many of us in the gaming and creator space, DDoS attacks are an ever-present annoyance, and Surfshark makes this a thing of the past by masking your IP. Beyond safety concerns, Surfshark can be used to directly change your IP to specific countries, bypassing region-locked content and any restrictions you may face in your own country. So if you are interested, Surfshark is offering viewers 83% off and 3 months free with the code SMO or via the link below. Thanks again to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. And now back to the lore. So first of all, we know that in general, the glintstone sorcerers of Liurnia and Realicaria are descended from astrologers, as is mentioned in the description of the Carian Preceptor set, which reads, "Large hat with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by the magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars." And we know that the astrologers were once a community that lived on the mountaintop of the giants, alongside the giants in peace, thanks to the description of the Sword of Night and Flame, hence the Stargazer ruins that we can find up on the mountaintop of the giants, which presumably were the settlements of these astrologers. It makes sense that a more primitive astrologer culture would want to live as high as possible in the mountaintops, as if being higher makes them closer to the sky, and as close as possible to the stars that they are studying. And given these item descriptions,
Oh god! You're watching an Elden Ring lore video. No. Oh god, no. And ads. Oh fuck. Oh shit. It was awful. Oh shit, I'm sorry guys. I'm so sorry. Scoia'tolo, that is not an error that I can help you with. That I don't know what that error is, and my suggestion would be looking up things that can help you on your end. That sounds like an issue with your browser. Maybe try a different one. I'm a sick fuck. I like a quick ad read. I cried a little, but I tried to be brave. Oh no, chat, I'm so sorry. Moby video was much more based. What did you guys even watch? Oh, the wind turbine video. 44. Thank you very much for the $5 dono. Can I have you watch a video that means something to me? Maybe. Hi. What are you doing? You good dog? You a dog? You are a dog. That turbine video got chat so down bad. Why? I can link it to a mod. I mean, link it to a mod, but they gotta take a look at it first. Are you a good dog? Yeah. What do you need? Show me. Show me. What do you need? You need supper? Yeah? Okay. I'll be right back. Sorry. My dog needs energy to live. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Dog just needed some water and was letting me know. Wonder where Salmon Moose is. Hope she's doing okay. Okay, folks. Let's see. What do we got? Do we have anything left in the fun basket? Not really. Okay, folks, we're going to talk about Zooey Zephyr, okay? Now, for those of you who have not been made aware, Zooey Zephyr is a representative in either Nebraska or Montana. Montana, thank you. And she was recently censured from the body. They, of course, right before she was censured, Speaker of the House Matt Regier issued the following statement in Monday's media briefing in response to yesterday's events of the Montana House of Representatives. Currently, all representatives in the Montana House are free to participate in debate while following House rules. The choice to not follow House rules is one that Representative Zephyr has made. The only person silencing Representative Zephyr is Representative Zephyr. The Montana House will not be bullied. All 100 representatives will be treated the same. Speaker Matt Regier. Which is just bullshit, by the way. Just absolute bullshit. They had informally just been deciding to ignore Representative Zooey Zephyr and passing her over during the points to talk about given bills. And it has been just an escalating clusterfuck ever since. And like Aaron Reed has been just really great on this. Because Aaron Reed's partner is Representative Zephyr. Here is a 45-second long press conference that the Montana House convened to try and address this issue.
Leadership or GOP has silenced anyone is false. Currently, all representatives are free to participate in House debate while following the House rules. The choice to not follow House rules is one that Representative Zephyr has made. The only person silencing Representative Zephyr is Representative Zephyr. The Montana House will not be bullied. All 100 representatives will continue to be treated the same. Thank you.
Will she face any consequences? Is there going to be a House floor session today?
They took no questions. They just took out this pathetic little podium, read that statement, and then left. Like, just absolute clown fuckery. Okay? Then Representative Zooey Zephyr, and this is 3 days ago here. I've been informed that during tomorrow's floor session, 2 days ago, tomorrow's floor session, there will be a motion to either censure or expel me. I've also been told I'll get a chance to speak. I will always do as I have always done, rise on behalf of my constituents, in defense of my community, and for democracy itself. And video here. Do we have? I mean, I'm sure she must have it on her. No? Okay. Maybe Aaron Reed has it? Aaron Reed probably has this. Let's take a look at media. Hours ago. We're looking for video of the speeches from the floor. Yeah.
Today, I rise in defense of those constituents, of my community, and of democracy itself. Last week, I spoke on the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 99, which banned gender-affirming care. This was a bill that was one of many targeting the LGBTQ community in Montana. This legislature has systematically attacked that community. We have seen bills targeting our art forms, our books, our history, and our health care. And I rose up in defense of my community that day, speaking to harms that these bills bring and that I have firsthand experience knowing about. I have had friends who have taken their lives because of these bills. I have fielded calls from families in Montana, including one family whose trans teenager attempted to take her life while watching a hearing on one of the anti-trans bills. And in that hearing, our caucus pleaded with the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee to not allow certain testimony, to keep decorum. And we were told a lot of people have a lot of opinions on these things. So when I rose up and said, there is blood on your hands, I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body. And when the speaker asks me to apologize, what he is, on behalf of decorum, what he is really asking me to do is be silent when my community is facing bills that get us killed. He is asking me to be complicit in this legislature's eradication of our community, and I refuse to do so, and I will always refuse to do so. I would also say that if you use decorum to silence people who hold you accountable, then in the name of all you are doing is using decorum as a tool of oppression. Additionally, when the speaker disallowed me to speak, what he was doing is taking away the voices of the 11,000 Montanans who elected me to speak on their behalf. And when I continued to not be recognized, what my constituents in my community did is came here and said, that is our voice in this body. Let her speak. Let her speak. And when the speaker gavelled down the people demanding that democracy work, demanding that their representative be heard, when he gavelled down, what he was doing is driving a nail in the coffin of democracy. But you cannot kill democracy that easily. And that is why they kept chanting, let her speak. And why I raised my microphone to amplify their voices, to make sure that the people who elected me here are heard.
God, just unbelievable amounts of based. Like, all that they have succeeded in doing, all they've succeeded in doing by censuring Zooey Zephyr is making sure that her story gets national attention. And it's going to continue to get national attention, by the way. We have this from MSNBC here from just the other day.
Your speeches, including your speech today, you have taken what they accused you of doing, breaching decorum, and you have put that up against death, literally. You have said that what these laws do is they can end up in people's deaths, whether it's suicides because people live in a society that others them and tells them that they are not welcome and they are scary and they're a threat, or because this entrenches hate against trans people.
That's exactly right. And I gave the example of the suicide in my speech, but we've also had people attacked in public, run over by vehicles in Montana. The violence is escalating, and these policies create the conditions of that violence in our states. And the legislatures that are trying to pass them, when people stand up in defense of our communities, they're not okay with just passing it. They want to silence us.
Representative Jones, thank you and welcome to the show. Something you said struck with me. You said, if you come for one of us, you come for all of us. You know, that I wasn't clear.
Oh, standing in solidarity with the folks from Tennessee. Okay. Let's Let's make this, I don't know, you know, I'm spitballing here, Rainbow Coalition. Let's go, people.
A few weeks ago, when you were kicked out of the Tennessee legislature, that was going to be the case. And what we saw was a whole bunch of people who didn't know anything about Tennessee or the Tennessee legislature or you signing up and saying, not only do I want to help this cause, but I want to get into the cause.
Definitely. What we are seeing and what we warned about in Tennessee was that if it went forward in Tennessee, this attempt to silence dissent through the most extreme measures, it would set a precedent. And so we knew that if they came for one of us, they would come for others of us. And as we saw today with Representative Zephyr in Montana, this trend toward authoritarianism is just continuing. But also, when I say that when they come for one of us, they come for all of us, that means that we're going to stand together in solidarity as a multiracial, multi-generational movement to say that we will not allow fascism to happen without a challenge, that we care more about democracy than we do about decorum. We care more about the deaths of these young people than about this false decorum that's used to silence dissent and oppress voices that are challenging their dominant narrative of injustice. And so, you know, we must stand together. We stand with you, Representative Zephyr, and whatever we can do to support, let you know that we're sending solidarity from Tennessee because we know that this is a very dangerous trend toward a road we don't want to go down.
Representative Zephyr, how does that make you feel? Because you are a little different in this conversation. Your fight is not as far down the road as the fight for civil rights for Black Americans and even gay Americans. Being trans in this country is very, very hard right now. How do you feel when Representative Jones says to you, when you come for one of us, you come for all of us, and we're with you?
You know, I feel solidarity. What else could I feel? We know in this moment, trans people are the target du jour for the far right, with over 400 bills targeting the community across state legislatures this year. But I know also in Montana, the first people standing up for me were the American Indian Caucus, pointing out that our state has a long history of targeting marginalized communities and with policies that lead to separation and death. And so we know that if we're going to succeed in this, one community is not enough to shift the tides of history here. We need all of us standing and fighting together.
Congressman Frost, I'm more than twice the age of all of you. It is kind of interesting because Representative Jones says that this is multi-generational and it's multiracial. It does seem to be a lot of young people leading it. Is it multi-generational? Can you get the rest of us who are not as creative to get on this bandwagon and say it's going to look different in the future? It's going to change. Representative Ocasio-Cortez says it's darkest before the dawn. Do you believe that to be true? And can you get the rest of us to sign on to it?
I do believe it to be true. And I believe it to be true because when...
Wait, what? Where's that sound coming from? Okay, there we go. Jeez. A clip started playing. I thought it was bad audio on MSNBC. My bad.
We go to these actions when we're out on the streets, we're protesting for our rights, the rights of our neighbors, the trans community, LGBTQ plus community, Black folks, immigrants, poor people in this country. It's young people, but it's all generations coming together. And what we know, and we heard this time and time again at our press conference earlier today, is we stand on the shoulder of giants and the elders who've come before us. And, you know, I've heard many times, and I'm sure Representative Zephyr and Jones have heard this too, the young people will save us. And here's the thing, it shouldn't have to be up to the young people to save us. We need everybody working together, multiracial, multi-generational, coming together to fight for the world we deserve. That's how we build an America that's true to its promise. And
yeah, this guy, this is not a great pause screen. This guy is one to watch, okay? This guy, I think he can go places on a national level here. He's been getting a lot of attention because this is the guy who Fox News made fun of because he couldn't afford an apartment in Washington, D.C. Before he got his first paycheck from being a member of Congress. You know? Like, we got a new crop of people rising, and it is glorious to see. Yeah, he's the first Zoomer in the House.
America that's true to its promise rejects fascism and embraces democracy. A democracy where somebody like Representative Zephyr can stand up for their constituents, for her constituents that deserve to have that representation. But what we see happening is the right wing understands that time is not on their side, that this incoming generation of voters is voting for Democrats and people who are going to fight for them. And so they're clenching to that power with everything that they can do. And that's why we're seeing this rise in right-wing fascism across the country. But we're going to fight it and we're going to win.
Let's talk about something you mentioned when you were outside.
God, just by the way, I cannot wait. If we are able to hold on to the current, like, decrepit neo-lib leadership that we have, as weak and feckless as it is, I cannot wait for Republicans to become irrelevant and for the next battleground being between the rising and ever more numerous members of the Gen Z socialist inclined generation getting into Congress and fighting in the halls of power, not between Democrats and Republicans, but between Democrats and Democrats, because that's where the real battle is going to be. And I cannot wait for that battle, for the battle to be against the Nancy Pelosi's and the Joe Bidens instead of against the absolute horrors of the world, you know? I can't wait until the battle is between a broken, decrepit system and a system that actually works for us, because I think I know which one's going to win in the end. Which leftist in Congress do you think is best? Right now, frankly, it's probably this guy. The guy we've been talking about on stream. In the house. Yeah, he's in the house. I wonder why Gen Z is more progressive. Is it because boomers are conservative or something else? Well, because Gen Z is coming into a world that, like, Gen Z is economically fucked, chat. Like, Gen Z, like, they do not have the hope of growing up and having a better like future than their parents did. You know, they don't have that anymore. The by and large, the boomer generation was the last one that had that. Gen X was able to hold the line, but then all of the policies passed by the boomer generation have in turn consolidated wealth amongst the boomer generation, and by and large fucked over millennials and also Gen Z. So instead of having kind of this ebb and flow of, you know, progressive, conservative, instead you see millennials are not becoming more conservative as they age, and Gen Z is coming up, and they are also not becoming more conservative as they age, because the entire system we're growing up into is fucked. And the only way you get more conservative as you age is if things are getting better for you. And they're not getting better for hardly anyone in either of these generations. So that's why they're not turning conservative, you know? It's the economic reality that we struggle with that is the direct result of wealth being hoarded up in the top 0.1% of society. So that would be why.
Inside the Capitol today, Congressman Frost, you were talking about they don't have solutions to climate, as you just mentioned. They don't have solutions, but
and that's also true. Like, Gen Z is growing up in a world where, like, they know in no uncertain terms that the science indicates that, like, there's not going to be a planet for their children to grow up in. Not one that's recognizable as, like, the world, like, millennials grew up in. Like, the reality is when I die, like, the world is likely going to be not great climate-wise. But when Gen Z dies, like, they are going to see the full horrors of, like, what we've unleashed over the past, like, couple centuries of industrialization, you know? And they understand that this is a problem that is not going to get better unless someone rolls up their sleeves and fixes it. And they know, after having grown up, because they're, you know, in their 20s now, they know after decades that The people in power right now are not going to fix it. They do not give a shit. And even if they do give a shit, they aren't willing to actually vote in a way that indicates they give a shit. Yeah, Ashley, within my lifetime, I've seen so many changes and most of them are not good. Yeah, it is radicalizing. The circumstances that we are all growing up in and growing old in, they are radicalizing us. And that is something that conservatives are, I believe, a bit too late to understand. They have, much like the capitalism that they worship, they've traded the short-term gains for the long-term losses.
The thing that got Representative Jones kicked out, and the thing that you were talking about that nobody seems to have a solution for, despite the fact that most Americans would like this sorted out, is guns. Gun violence is not complicated to most Americans across the political spectrum. There are solutions to this. Representative Jones and his colleagues down there were trying to draw attention to that in the way that a democracy says you're allowed to draw attention to things. Nobody was setting anything on fire. Nobody was throwing anything through any windows. Nobody was trying to overtake the Tennessee legislature. But in the end, how do you lead on this thing? How do you get yourself, how do you get politics in this nation in line with what people actually want to happen?
And that's the thing, you know, bipartisanship to the rest of us means what we can agree on. When it comes down to universal background checks and common sense gun reform, most Americans, most Republicans, most NRA members are for common sense reform. But the definition of bipartisanship in the United States Congress and in Washington, D.C. takes a little bit of a different definition, and it becomes what the NRA is okay with. But what we know to be true, again, is with this new generation of voters, we are calling out the BS, and we are voting out the people who are continuing these systems of oppression that are not allowing us to pass the laws we need so we can live in a country where we have true freedom, the freedom to live in our communities, in our schools, in our homes without that fear of violence. And when it comes down to these Republicans in these state legislatures really scapegoating decorum, let's be clear, it's not about decorum. If it was about decorum, we'd hear them talking more about what happened on January 6th. What it is these representatives have challenged a system of white supremacy, of misogyny, of transphobia, and they are challenging that. And they don't want it to be challenged, and that's why we see these horrible actions going on right now. It has nothing to do with decorum and everything with keeping in the systems that have kept the three of us and people who look like us and who are us for generations out of positions of power. But that's changing in this country.
So let's talk.
First of all, this is the kind of solidarity that, like, just is frankly breathtaking. Like, this is new. I haven't seen this on this national scale before. This is cool. Second of all, that's the other thing, right? When we talk about, like, just in the environment, when we talk about economics, the other part I haven't really mentioned so far is growing up in the politics of the previous generations. Mitch McConnell's entire contribution to the modern political discourse has been stonewalling absolutely any kind of bipartisan measure. Mitch McConnell, essentially, when Obama came into office, said, "We will not vote on anything. We will not compromise. We will hold our line, and we will not compromise on anything. We will not allow you to get anything done." And meanwhile, Democrats are very much in the position of still being run by the old guard, who believe that, oh, well, we just need to reach across the aisle. We need to reach across the aisle and compromise with the conservatives. And the reality is, like, these people have grown up in that, and they've seen that it doesn't work. They've seen that those ways of doing politics are dead. They're dead. They're old and dead and useless. They do not work for their constituents. And I think that is something that is going to from this younger generation coming into office. Yeah, literally, I haven't talked about this on stream, but one of the things that is currently making me some of the most enraged I've been in a long time is that Dianne Feinstein, who's like 1 billion years old, right? Who has, for the last several cycles, been begged not to run because she's so goddamn old, is now currently so senile that she is not able to understand where she is or be able to conduct any of her official duties, which means that Democrats currently cannot pass any, like, judicial nominees through because they're relying on her vote to be able to do that. And instead of actually saying, yeah, we need to oust her and, like, replace her with the Democrat, which they are fully capable of doing, instead of doing that, Nancy Pelosi goes out there and says, oh, you're all just being sexist. You wouldn't ask a man to step down just because he was senile. And it's like, yes, motherfucker, we would, because we want to get this thing done. And we can't get the thing done if somebody's too fucking senile to get it done. Like, your constituents do not give a shit if you are sick and injured. They need you, especially if you are the deciding vote. They need you to get your ass to Congress and do your job. And you know what? I love John Fetterman, but I would be saying the same thing if John Fetterman was the swing vote needed to be able to do the one thing that the entire Biden administration is currently capable of doing. But guess what? He wasn't that swing vote. Dianne Feinstein is. So, replace her. Remove her from her seat and appoint someone else. All of the mechanisms currently at play mean that whoever replaces Dianne Feinstein would be a Democrat, and then the Democrats could resume doing their jobs. But instead, there are politicians now, instead of doing their jobs, doing media tours about how anyone saying what I'm saying is a sexist because we're asking the bare minimum of Dianne Feinstein. Or at the very least, the bare minimum of Dianne Feinstein's position.
Talk about that, Representative Jones. People like you and Representative Zephyr got into politics to change structures, right? And that's not always the case. Some people get into politics because they like the structure. They think it'll be fun to take a paycheck or be a politician and give speeches. You guys got into this to change the structure, and yet, in both Tennessee and Montana, you have Republican supermajorities. And in Tennessee, some of those Republicans didn't run against anyone in the last election. They were acclaimed in their seat, which is a fascinating piece of information in 2023, that someone gets acclaimed. I don't know why it happens. It needs to not happen. But as a result of you being ejected, a whole bunch of people across this country said, I'm going to run for office or I'm going to get involved in campaigns.
I mean, that is what gives me hope, is that if you look at what they did, is that their attacks on democracy are galvanizing a movement. They have lost a generation. And the truth be told,
he might be looking down because that's where, like, the live video of himself and the others are. Generally, that would be why. Or yeah.
Is that, you know, in the South, we have a saying, a dying mule kicks the hardest. These systems of white supremacy, these systems of transphobia, of homophobia, of plantation politics are dying. And so that's why we're seeing this extreme reaction, because they know that look at the screen right now. This represents the future of America. This represents the vision of America that they're so fearful of, because it is an inclusive America. It's one that affirms human dignity. It's one that affirms our solidarity with each other, our connection. But let them be on notice that this is just the beginning, that we are going to continue to push forward toward that vision of America that that lives up to what it says on paper, towards that vision of America that challenges this notion that people like us don't belong in elected office, because we're not going in there, to make friends. We're going in there to make change. And that's the difference, is that we are not going to assimilate. We're not going to conform to a system that's been meant to make us feel small, meant to stifle our voices and the voices of our constituents. But we're going with this bold mandate to say that we have to push forward together, and that these systems, that their time has come, and that a new generation is rising up to make America what it ought to be.
Zooey, Zephyr, tell us what we don't know in your life. You decided to run because of these laws that were being passed in Montana. You, like Representative Jones, decided to get involved as a result of this. This has got to be very, very hard for you. It's not fun being trans in America. It's not fun being...
True. Unless it is fun being trans in America when you go out to parties and go to nightclubs and stuff. But you know what? Unfortunately, going out to nightclubs and partying and having fun is not something people can do 24/7 and live very long.
Trans in public, and it's not fun being trans in a Republican supermajority legislature where they just silenced you today. Tell me what motivates you right now.
So I want to draw a quick distinction there, in that we are seeing a huge increase in attacks legislatively on the trans community, but the policies that they're bringing forward are out of step with average Americans. When I walk through my community, I am known, I am loved, and I am supported. And people see, my community sees the joy that trans people have when we step in and get to be ourselves. As for what I'm feeling right now, when you stand up on behalf of democracy, when you make the correct moral and ethical choice, it's hard to feel anything other than pride in that moment, and pride for the people who came to the Capitol to show support for democracy and demand that it works.
What a remarkable conversation. Thank you to all three of you for being here. Thanks for doing what you do for democracy. Representative Zooey Zephyr, Tennessee Representative Justin Jones, Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost. We appreciate you all being with us tonight.
Absolutely powerful panel. Lawrence O'Donnell, kind of killing it over on MSNBC. And you know what? It's real hard to kill it over on MSNBC. Usually a very not-based network. Here, one thing that I wanted to show you guys as part of this was some of the speeches from the House floor in support of Zooey Zephyr from the House floor of Montana. Let's see if we can
speak on the motion before us from a different point of view. You know, we're talking about some of the things about the trans community throughout not only the state of Montana, but also throughout the country and beyond into Canada. You know, the community that I represent does have trans in my community. And to some tribes, we call them two-spirit people. My late uncle, who was one of my teachers, one of my mentors in my way of life, has always told me one thing to keep in mind, that no matter who we are, that we are all equal under the eyes of Almighty. And always remember, he said, when you point your finger at somebody, look how many is pointing back. And so when you take that into context, that with this thing here that's before us, there's a lot of events that happen not only in this body, but over in the body of the Senate in the last 21 years, as well as the 21 years and 11 sessions I've seen here. This is nothing compared to some of the events that occurred, that we're making this as egregious as they are. We had a Democrat leader that sat right in that third row there, fourth row, almost go fisticuffs with the representative on the other party on the other side over there. And the Great Falls Tribune even has pictures in the gallery that had them going at it. That was uncalled for. That was so much unrest here. Why weren't they taken to the level of this? Maybe it was because of whatever situation that was at the time. And even over in the Senate, there was votes that were taken, there were bills that were on the floor that we were in the minority been silenced. And we got up and we hit the desk. We almost got charged for messing up the state's property. Why weren't we disciplined at that time? We should have. I would have went to jail because I would have been found guilty. But at the same time, we are picking one person in this body for something that she believes is right. The one situation that she stands to represent the same amount of people that I represent, the same amount of people that she represents, he represents, her, she represents down the line. But yet we stand in solidarity with each other to the level of where we should get along. That's what it is. In the last since 2016, that's when the whole country had gone so far right, so far left to the values that just pits one against the other. And exactly the same verbiage that my colleague here is being in a situation where she can't come in here. There's a Florida congressman who said the same words last week. Why hasn't the Congress disciplined him? What we're doing to my colleague here. What's good for them should be good for us, vice versa. So I think that we need to just put this behind us, let her represent the people that she represents. Let's get on and let's do the people's work, what they sent us here for. Vote no.
Representative Casey Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This guy's going to be transphobic. We don't need to hear the transphobic bills, frankly. Or the transphobic speakers. We know roughly what their points are going to be, but I figure the people who spoke up in defense of Zooey Zephyr deserve to have their words heard. This is also another transgender lawmaker in the Montana House. I believe they are non-binary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I hope no one is expecting any jokes from me today because I think what we're doing here is deeply, deeply serious. I want to echo my friend and colleague in seat 31 and remind us why we're here. We're here because we are struggling with a debate that we have had from the beginning of this session on a set of bills. Bills that directly and daily impact the LGBT community. I will remind the body that not one Democrat brought any of those bills. We did not go to look for that fight. But when it came to us, we did what we had to do. We did our job. We stood up. We stood with our community. We told the truths that we live every day. We hoped you would listen. That's our job. It is deeply unsurprising to me that the community responded on Monday the way that they did. Because it's not just that one of our own has been silenced. It's that that's happened after a session of debating bills that only impact some of us and struggling to fight for equal treatment under the law. I will remind folks that the right to protest, and in fact the right to protest against the government, is a clearly held right in both the state constitution and the federal constitution, and we took oaths to protect those constitutions. I want to note for the record that.
But the right to protest doesn't mean the right to be rude. If you're rude in the House chambers, well, then you don't have the right to protest.
In my experience, personally, in this body and in this building, although I love my job and I show up every day eager to do it, is that I have faced a series of offensive behaviors and offensive actions. There are people in this room who have said things about me in the press.
Yeah, S.J. Howell is a non-binary representative.
And online that I find deeply offensive. Deeply offensive. And I find that there's been a pattern of unwillingness to listen to a diverse set of opinions on the bills in front of us, and that is our job. I know without a doubt that there are deeply held disagreements about the bills that we hear, about the policies that we are debating. And those disagreements are part of the process. We have to be able to discuss them, even when it's uncomfortable. I know that we have rules. The speaker before me laid them out in some clarity. I believe that those rules must be held not to protect us.
S.J. Howell, believe uses they/them pronouns.
As individuals, our feelings, our experiences, but to protect the process, to protect our job, the work that we are doing to pass bills and policies that touch the lives of every Montanan in this state. And that is where I think we have gone deeply wrong in this process. Because we are considering these rules not to protect the rights of all of us to engage in our democratic process, something I hold sacred, but instead to protect us as people, as individuals. It is time for us to put the work first. That's our job. We were not elected to come up here and put ourselves first. None of us were. I believe a yes vote on this motion puts our democratic process, our important jobs as legislators second, and puts our feelings and experiences first. And I think that's wrong. I think we have one shot to right this ship, and it's this vote. And I hope some of you will join me in voting red.
Representative Beatty.
Okay. I think that is about all we need to see. But yeah, no, just to be clear, there's a lot more blue in some of the flyover states than you might think. You know, Montana typically thought to be just dyed-in-the-wool red. It's not. Land doesn't vote. Most of the densest population centers in Montana vote blue. Which should come as no surprise. That's basically how it works everywhere. But I wanted to pair that with kind of the latest news we have of Zooey Zephyr. And this is, as of 10 hours ago, uploaded by the Associated Press. And it is a clip titled "Transgender Lawmaker Zooey Zephyr Fights for Space in the Hall." So, after those lovely speeches we just watched, the Montana House voted to censure Zooey Zephyr, essentially barring her from participating in the session until the end of the year. So from now until the end of the year, she is forbidden from entering the House chambers. Absolute disgrace on the part of the Montana House. And this takes it another step further, okay? This takes it another step further, because not only have they tried to bar her from the house floor, they're trying to bar her from the entire goddamn building. So, here's the latest we have from the Associated Press. A day after Republican lawmakers banned her from the House, Representative Zooey Zephyr began her first day in legislative exile.
They might try to set me up in here. They might try to set me up out there. I asked to be out there, if possible. So I'm going to go sit out there and just wait till... My hope was to sit here
And this is House Speaker Regier, who led the effort to kick Zooey Zephyr out, who is now interrogating her about why she is sitting in the hallway doing her job. Additionally, it seems as if Representative Regier is not aware that Zooey Zephyr is currently mic'd for sound. So we're going to get a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look at this hog attempting to intimidate a goddamn heroine.
work in the common space.
No, this is public space.
Can I not work in the public space?
No, I need to. Minority Leader, we already talked to Minority Leader, so it was okay if you're in the office.
Okay, I would like to just clarify, because my understanding is I'm allowed here. And speak to the Minority Leader. Again, the ruling is where I'm not allowed to be is out there. The public space, I'm in a public space, and I just want to clarify.
For safety, I need you to help me.
So, can you elaborate what you mean by safety?
I'm concerned with everybody's safety.
Yes.
So this is a busy area that gets occupied by a lot of folks. Can you back away from me, please?
And so I'm going to clarify with Minority Leader Abbott where I'm allowed to be. I'd like to be here. I'd like to be in one of those side rooms there, but I'd just like clarification. I would like someone to come help clarify where I can be. So can I get some leadership here? Yes. Okay, thank you. Bye. I understand that it's making it hard, but this is where I'm allowed to be. And right now, like, there's nothing going on. I'm not going to sequester myself from public eye. If you want to move the couch, you can move the couch.
I mean, you're just making my job so hard.
I'm trying to do my job.
Why won't you just kick yourself out of the building? I don't understand. You're making my job so hard. My dude, you don't have to do anything. You actually don't have to try and force this woman out of this public area for no goddamn reason. You actually don't have to do that.
As well.
But you can do your job from inside there.
I want to be as close to the people's house where I was elected to be. And I want to sit here and do my work.
He cannot say that.
And they said, get out. They said, you're not allowed here. Speaker Regier came out and he said, you can't be here. This is for the public. And I said, I want to be as close as I can to the people's house. I was barred from there, but if I'm not barred from here, I want to be here because I want to be as close as I can be.
Absolutely Chad behavior. Stacy behavior? I think I'll stick with Chad. Chad, I'm gonna use Chad as the non-binary, the they/them equivalent. Yeah, just absolute Giga Stacy, Giga Chad behavior. They just on Messenger. Yeah, no, like, I do not envy her having to do her job via that interface for the next several months, you know? Oh, wait. The charity's actually done, Catalina Gearbox. So now if you would like to dono, just use the dono links up above. The charity stream is done. I'm glad she's there and not giving up. Same. She's a brave and really great lady. Wait, they have a cafe in there? Yeah, it's a public area. She's just like sitting next to in the cafe area. And they were trying to make her leave because it was unsafe for her to be in the public cafe area. Absolutely wild. Also, chat, I've now been streaming for about 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, please consider supporting Riverboat Jack Incorporated, me, via subs or donos. If you subscribe to me over on riverboat.gg, where there are no ads, I get 100% of that of that sub cost, as opposed to 50% over on Twitch. How's that pronounced? It's just Zoe. Zoe. It's a fairly common name. As a trans lady, I would like to have that dress as a subtle way of owning the fascists. It's a good dress. Yeah. Yeah, consider donating some subs. You can click the subscribe button to either subscribe yourself or gift subs, or consider making just a direct dono, because both of those help me out so goddamn much, and I would really, really appreciate it. Though I know a lot of you donated to the charity stream, so if you did, no pressure. But I do gotta shill for myself a little bit. I don't care how the speaker's name is pronounced. I'm willing to disrespect him. Okay. And with that, we have finally caught up with that subject. We are now going to go into Donald Trump's menagerie of legal horrors, okay? Now, Donald Trump's menagerie of legal horrors is an ever-worsening cesspit of legal danger. And unfortunately for Donald Trump, he's seemingly pissed off almost every single reputable lawyer in the entire United States. So, he is in a lot of shit. Like a lot of shit. Like a lot. And that is being made more apparent by the fact that today, Mike Pence took the stand against Donald J. Trump.
My name is Eric Tucker, and I cover
Justice
Department and national security for the Associated Press. Today, former Vice President Mike Pence has appeared in federal court in Washington to testify before a grand jury investigating attempts by former President Donald Trump and his allies to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This is a milestone moment in this investigation and in American history. We have never had a former vice president testify in any setting like this before the president that he once served. We do not know what Mike Pence told the grand jury, although he has indicated that he was likely to repeat some of the same narrative that he told in his book, in which he described a pressure campaign by Trump to get him to refuse to certify the electoral votes in favor of the winner, President Joe Biden. The Justice Department has put before the grand jury many former Trump administration officials, but none has been as high profile or as significant as Mike Pence. He is the vice president who served for 4 years for Trump, and this is truly a really significant, not just legal moment, but political moment, because we have a situation in which Pence himself is inching closer towards entering the 2024 presidential race, which would set him on a potential political collision course against Donald Trump, who is currently the frontrunner.
So, yeah, today, Mike Pence took the stand against Donald Trump, and It's going to get legally spicy, I think. I think that's the lawyer lingo for it. Because Mike Pence was in the know. Like, he knew what the plans were. His aides were all informed about what the plans were. And for a brief window of time, he held the kind of the keys to whether or not the Trump plan for a coup would be a success or not. So this is huge. And honestly, the fact that they were able to get him to testify at all is historic. And it's really going to depend on what he told investigators during that testimony. And that could lead to a possible additional legal woe for Donald Trump. Am I a fan of Mike Pence? Absolutely not. Am I a fan of Mike Pence taking the stand against Donald Trump? Yes. But additionally, and I'm going to preface this with a trigger warning, Donald Trump is currently being sued for in civil court over an alleged rape. And today, his victim, alleged victim, took the stand against him. So, like, today is just not a good day to be Donald Trump, okay? Do you honestly think it was a coup? Yeah. You can have a coup that is either violent or non-violent, you know? And an attempt to overturn the duly elected results of a democratic election, yeah, absolutely a coup. Just because it's a failed coup, just because it is a donkey-brained coup, doesn't make it any less of a coup. You know? If a bunch of bumblefucks break into your house and try to kidnap you, doesn't make it any less of an attempted kidnapping, okay? like if the Three Stooges break into your home one night and they like wind up doing a bunch of slapstick all over your place, and like comedically throwing themselves into Home Alone-esque happenstance traps, like that doesn't make it any less than like a like an attempt at kidnapping you, okay? Just because it's inept doesn't make it less than doesn't make it not a coup. So 3 people would make it a coup? Well, I would describe this as a case where it's not 3 people doing it. I would describe it as a mass coordination to do that across state lines and with numerous elected officials in support. The question, if you were referring to my Three Stooges comment, the question you'd be asking is, would it still be alleged kidnapping if it were 3 people? And the answer is yes. Obviously, it would still be, an attempted kidnapping. You said, man, you're really bad at listening, Corrupt Druid. I said the Three Stooges would be an attempted kidnapping. You're not really good at this. Now, I likened it to the Three Stooges breaking into your home in an attempt to kidnap you. So, the analogy still holds. Amazing. The ability of these people to not comprehend basic language is not unsurprising. Hey, Skyfer is hot. And if 3 people kidnap the president to try and end democracy, then yes, that is a coup. Yeah, true. True. Like, he admitted it. He admitted they were planning it. Yeah, of course. How does anyone question January 6th after that fucking audio TED clip from Ted Cruz? Yeah, can you get me that audio clip, Stout Man? I listened to it, but I wanna throw it up live because I know that kind of fucks Trump up as well. But Jack, have you considered this? What if Trump is really sorry? You know, I haven't considered that. That is true. I haven't considered the legal ramifications of being really, really, really sorry. Ooh, I have more water. Oh, Stoudman, you lovely human being. I love it when I ask chatters for something and you can get it to me right away. No, Nindrine. It has to be pronounced, and this is the legal way. Look, I'm not a lawyer, not legal advice, but I know a few lawyers, okay? And it only works if you say, I'm wheelie wee sawy. I'm wee wee sawy. Okay? That's the only way it works. If Trump is convicted of rape, will he go to jail or rich his way out of it? It's a civil trial, so he'll rich his way out of it. Oh, great. Wait, there we go.
New.
Ari Melber. Quality.
Previously secret recordings of Senator Ted Cruz discussing an explicit strategy to overthrow the election in advance of January 6th. So there's some stuff that's familiar here because we all
No, you can't go to jail for a civil trial.
lived through January 6th. What I have for you tonight is new. It's secret until tonight. It's exclusive. And it goes to the advanced plotting, specifically 4 days prior. So, airing for the first time tonight are tapes I'm about to play for you. They come on the heels of something that might be familiar. Other Ted Cruz recordings.
Yeah, this only came out 2 days ago. Man, this week has felt like a goddamn year. This only came out 2 days ago. I could have sworn this came out like last week.
That we recently reported, which showed how he himself doubted that there was hard evidence that would win in court of Trump challenging the election. And no, Trump did lose all those court challenges. So when Cruz was saying that, it turned out that what he saw as weak evidence was weak evidence. Trump lost those cases. Cruz knew it. But by January, Mr. Cruz, Senator Cruz, was not only bending to Donald Trump's plan to vote against certifying.
What? Ted Cruz? Ted Cruz bending? Are you kidding me? But Ted Cruz is a man of integrity. Why, he would never stoop so low as to bend for someone like Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who called his wife ugly and said that his father was the Zodiac killer. Ted Cruz would never bend for that man. He would never bend. No, he would never yield. He is strong of heart and strong of soul and would never, ever... Color me shocked.
The Biden win on the 6th. Senator Cruz was plotting and selling a plan in advance, as these secret tapes tonight show. Cruz was talking to one of Trump's greatest backers in overthrowing the election, Fox host Maria Bartiromo. And if you're thinking, oh, does this all relate to everything we've been living through and the recent accountability? It does. We'll get to that. But what I'm going to play you first is how he was effectively privately briefing her on what he called a mechanism to force an overthrow or disruption of Biden's win by denying the certification. So when you listen to this tape right now, remember, at this time, 4 days out from the 6th, few people knew the lengths Donald Trump's allies planned to go on January 6th, as Cruz was planning out a key part of the plot.
I think that the country deserves to have a credible assessment of these claims and what the evidence shows. And the mechanism to try to force that is denying certification on the 6th.
Forcing this reassessment, as he so dryly put it, of Biden's actual win was for Cruz one step in a larger coup plot. And that's what the next tape I'm going to play for you shows after the violence on January 6th, there was, of course, the ongoing process of trying to overthrow the election.
What a
Cruz,
spineless
early in
little
that day,
fuck.
technically right before the Capitol was breached, was one of 11 senators voting to deny the certification. I should mention the majority of Republican senators didn't go that far. But that's just one thing. Then there's step two.
Oh, do you actually think that this was a coup? Bruh, like 11 senators like joined in. They had coordinated plans to deny the election results and mechanisms with which they would achieve that denial, and like thought out legal strategies to defend it, and also a mob full of people who absolutely brought guns. Honestly, it's just luckily we are blessed with the ineptitude of conservatism, because if it hadn't been inept, it would have been bloody as hell. So, yeah, it was a coup.
Which you can hear yourself tonight. Again, we have evidence tonight. We're going to play it for you, and you can decide what you think of it. But in this newly exposed tape, Senator Cruz proclaims that the coup plotters would jump.
Oh no, Door Kickers Inc., they brought guns, but the issue was that the Trump, the security measures around the speech barred people from bringing guns into the actual organizing event for the Stop the Steal rally. And it was only like until like half the crowd was there that Donald Trump had them take down the directly ordered a takedown of like the anti-gun measures, like the metal detectors and such. Yeah. Oh yeah, they also erected a gallows to hang Mike Pence. Yeah.
From denying the certification, which I showed you they tried to do, to step two, which they didn't reach, but here it is on tape. They would just seize power, he says, and overthrow the whole election. He literally explains it that way. Basically, that they would hijack the certification and then use their own made-up fake commission to declare that the Biden win was fraudulent, and then that would decide who's inaugurated. Quote, who's inaugurated. Now, it is rare to hear the endgame of the January 6 plotters confessed so plainly. Indeed, we heard one Trump...
Yo, lines after slumber. Chill. No one's saying that Donald Trump is sorry, because that motherfucker's never been sorry for a thing in his life, okay?
Official Peter Navarro talk about an aspect of this, the congressional sweep part in public. We heard it on this program. It made news. It was a kind of a partial admission or confession. Now, this tape is Cruz talking in secret. Remember, this is where he doesn't think it's going to get out. He's just talking to someone who he sees as an ally in this cause, Maria Bartiromo, in advance, about overthrowing the race with this fake commission and using the claims of fraud, which...
Also, just in case no one knows about this, yeah, no, they brought guns. They brought guns. They had a massive gun cache. They were very much prepared to use guns. And yeah, no, Mother Jones did reporting. Jan 6 was heavily armed. Revealed that many Trump extremists brought guns. Yeah. You guys can look that up on Mother Jones. I'm not going into it right now because we've talked about it before, baby.
Remember, on tape, Ted Cruz said, we're not standing up in court.
Who's deciding who gets inaugurated?
It would be the results of that commission and what they find. And if they found credible evidence of fraud that undermines confidence in the electoral results in any given state, they would report on that.
He admits it. You heard the question there. So who decides who gets inaugurated? That's what this is all about.
Wait, is...
Cash.
Oh, damn, you're right. Damn it. I've been... The E always throws me.
Because you have a certified winner. You have all of the courts having passed up any potential challenge to that. So at that point, it was President-elect Biden. And Cruz answers that this fake, made-up so-called commission that he and his Trump buddies were planning to try to create to bureaucratize a coup. That's what they were trying to do.
That was his answer. That's how they would steal the race. And all the references to fraud and such, well, we know, A, he didn't believe in those. We already have that on tape. B, we know more importantly, the judges and the fact-finding we have in this country didn't find that there was that kind of fraud. And then 3, that's all just talk anyway, because they're literally trying to steal it for Trump. So all the words in the middle are just the words to get there. Now, I want to be clear about this, because we try to really go through and take stuff seriously with you. You can feel it in America right now. Some of this stuff is catching up with people. Now, there are also those who would look at, say, this tape with this plan and say, Ari, this sounds pretty far-fetched. I mean, this sounds unlikely to get anywhere. They might want to dismiss it. They might say to me, hey, Ari, this wasn't going to really happen. And we know it actually didn't happen. We didn't see a fake commission popped up to do this. But let me tell you this tonight. Underestimating authoritarian plans hatched at the highest levels of your government would be a mistake. This was hidden for a reason. They don't want you to know about it. They don't want you to take it seriously now. That is the democracy part. Then there's something else I want to share with you before we bring in our experts, and boy, do we have some good ones on hand for this exclusive here on The Beat tonight. But these Cruz tapes, they also reinforce something else, how this Republican who staked his campaign on stopping Donald Trump not only turned into a Trump endorser, which is typical in party politics, you know about primaries, and people often come back together. But no, the Cruz tapes show Senator Cruz turned into someone trying to overthrow an election that Donald Trump lost. And just as we know Cruz didn't believe there was actual election fraud in 2020 because he privately said so on tape, we also know how thoroughly he saw Trump's flaws because he publicly said so on tape.
What Donald does when he loses is he blames everybody else. It's never Donald's fault. Look, we need a commander-in-chief, not a Twitterer-in-chief. Donald, you're a sniveling coward. This man is a pathological liar. The man cannot tell the truth, but he combines it with being a narcissist. The man is utterly amoral. His reaction to everything is to throw a fit.
Cruz's stated concerns there about Trump were borne out in office, lying about elections. And while many forget this, even in the 2016 general election, it was Cruz who actually withheld direct support for Trump. Instead, he used that major convention platform to break with most Republicans who were telling their supporters to vote Trump. Instead, remember what Cruz said at the time. He didn't say vote Trump. Instead, to some boos, he said, vote your conscience.
Stand and speak and vote your conscience. Vote for candidates up and down the ticket who you trust to defend our freedom and to be faithful to the Constitution.
The sounds you hear are Republicans on the floor who pretty swiftly, within a couple seconds, gathered that this wasn't ending with a vote Trump like most speeches. That's really how all conventions in both parties work. It ended with vote your conscience, which is not traditionally understood as like a long, fancy word for Trump. Cruz went from warning of all those dangers of Trump while trying to defeat him to then, once Trump was actually defeated in 2020, trying to literally help him steal the election. Overthrowing the loss, as I mentioned, with hardliners like Hawley, trying to abuse the certification and set up now, we learned tonight, this kind of fake commission. And this dissent also tells us a larger and more dangerous story tonight, because Ted Cruz isn't just some senator. Even if you've heard of him or his criticisms, or you think he's like the other senators, or there's been Republicans who've criticized him and he's very controversial, there's something else politically important about Ted Cruz. I'll do all the facts with you. We do the law, we do the tapes, but we'll also do the political realities. And that is that Ted Cruz was the runner-up in 2016. Remember all those candidates Trump beat, and over a dozen? He came in second. He had this kind of position of his plurality, and he could build on that. He could try to run again on his own platform. He had once warned not only about Trump, but about Trumpism, this danger to the nation, this idea that if you go down that path, you end up with a type of policy, politics, and leadership that, as he put it, is not how a commander-in-chief should ever act. But Ted Cruz concluded that, apparently, for him, politically,
making common cause with these would-be authoritarians, with those ones.
Oh my God. It does look like Ted. It actually does look like Ted Cruz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus.
Wanting to steal the election, steal your vote, overthrow American democracy for the first time. That was what he needed to do, both being seen as a Jan 6 planner, which was the public part, the certification part, but also, as we see in these tapes, using his power, his mind, his knowledge of the system to try to quite literally overthrow the person the voters picked to be inaugurated. That was his quite literal mission. This should not be underestimated or minimized, and certainly not brushed into the history and swept under the rug if we haven't even collected the full facts of this history.
They're the same.
And that's why what we on the beat are calling these
They're
Cruz
the
tapes are actually
same.
so damning. Keep all of that in mind, including the he knew better history of 2016 when you hear him caught on tape now, airing on TV tonight, pushing this plot.
Who's deciding who gets inaugurated?
It would be the results of that commission and what they find. And if they found credible evidence of fraud that undermines confidence in the electoral results in any given state, they would report on that.
Ted Cruz and his Trump buddies' commission that they make up will decide who's inaugurated. And that shows something else that might be bad for Ted Cruz, because the Cruz tapes show that Senator Cruz broke the first rule of Coup Club, which is you don't talk about Coup Club, because this is still America. And I can tell you, and we have recent evidence of this, there are more of us for democracy in America than there are of them. So if you start talking openly about Coup Club, that ain't a left-right thing, thank goodness. You are going to be in that authoritarian minority where you probably belong. This is America. We don't have politicians stealing elections from voters. And we don't allow authoritarian, defamatory propaganda without consequences, as Fox and Mr. Carlson have been learning. Now, that network and Senator Cruz's office declined our request here on The Beat for comment on this tape and story. That offer remains open. If, having seen and heard this report, they want to further comment, we'll air that for you tomorrow. Our offer for Senator Cruz to join this program for a discussion remains open. He can come on here anytime. We can talk about that and other issues. But in a time of national reckoning, this kind of evidence speaks volumes.
MSNBC doing a little bit better than they've been in the past with a couple of their reportings this week. Yeah. The Coup Club. The Coup Kids Club. God. Okay, I've also been sitting on this until we actually had a moment. Nope, we gotta keep going. Because we have not yet begun to reach the bottom of Trump's legal woes. Here you go. Trump accused of rape.
In New York, former President Donald Trump is staring down another round of legal trouble as a civil trial stemming from a rape allegation gets underway. CNN senior legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed is standing by just outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Paula, tell us how today's opening statements played inside the courtroom.
Well, good evening, Wolf. Just moments ago, E. Jean Carroll left the courthouse here in
Late
Manhattan.
night stream, Thoism.
And as you noted, this trial, it's already well underway. They have impaneled a jury, and that jury heard opening statements. Now, Carroll's team told the jury that this alleged attack was part of a pattern of aggressive behavior towards women. But lawyers for Trump say that Carroll is, quote, scheming with others to hurt Trump politically, and that, they said, is something that should only be done at a ballot box, not inside a courtroom. E. Jean Carroll walking into the Manhattan federal courthouse this morning to chants from supporters. For for the first day of her battery and defamation case against former President Donald Trump. It took just a few hours to impanel a jury to hear the civil case, and opening arguments began this afternoon. The trial comes after Carol sued Trump, accusing him of raping her in a department store in the 90s.
That was just a dumb thing, to go into a dressing room with a man that I hardly know and have him shut the door and then be unable to stop him. Sexual violence is in every country, in every strata of society.
Carol first went public with her allegations against Trump in 2019. Then President Trump fired back at Carol, denying the allegations and saying the two never even met.
I have no idea who this woman is. This is a woman who's also accused other men of things, as you know. It is a totally false accusation.
Despite this photo from the 1980s showing
Never met her before. Don't know who she is. Man, he has a habit of saying that with people he's photographed with.
Carol and Trump chatting, which Trump acknowledges.
There's some picture where we're shaking hands, it looks like, at some kind of event.
Carol's lawyers say they plan to call witnesses to back up her story, and the judge has ruled two other women who allege Trump forced himself on them can also take the stand. Carol's team could also play a clip from the infamous Access Hollywood tape that surfaced during the 2016 presidential election.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
The Trump camp has previously dismissed his comments on that tape as nothing more than, quote, locker room talk. Trump is not expected to appear for this trial unless called to testify, but his spokesman released a statement Tuesday saying this latest fake case has no merit or facts and is just another part of the witch hunt targeted to interfere and tamper with a presidential election. This is not a criminal trial. This is a civil case, and Carol is seeking unspecified monetary damages. She also wants a retraction of a social media post where Trump said she wasn't being truthful. This trial, Wolf, is expected to last about 2 weeks.
All right, Paula, I want you to stand by. I also want to bring in CNN legal analyst Norm Eisen and get his perspective. Norm, Trump's lawyer is trying to poke holes in Carol's evidence of this alleged assault, and he's saying the jurors can hate Donald Trump, but they should take that to the ballot box rather than to this court of law. What do you make of this opening statement?
Well, Wolf, Trump is going to attempt to.
Man, CNN just has a habit of hiring the oldest guys you can possibly imagine.
Through his lawyers in this case, and more generally, point to this these accusations as being part of a political pattern. For example, his attorneys have pointed to the timing, to the fact that E. Jean Carroll did not file a police report at the time, that she did not come forward publicly. But the problem is, Miss Carroll is a very credible witness. And she did talk about this with others. Some of them may testify. And of course, there's a larger pattern of conduct. I think the evidence is in Carroll's favor.
Paula, how did Carroll's lawyers try to bolster their case in their opening statements today, considering there were no direct eyewitnesses at the scene of the alleged assault?
So they're trying to establish this as part of a pattern of forcibly kissing, groping, and grabbing women. And in order to do that, they're going to rely on several different types of evidence. First of all, witnesses, both women that she spoke to at the time, contemporaneous accounts that she gave after this alleged incident, as well as women who have experienced alleged other similar incidents with the former president. They also, of course, have the infamous Access Hollywood tape, where then candidate Trump, or I guess he was then citizen during that exchange, he describes behavior that's very similar to this pattern that they're trying to establish. So again, even though they don't have eyewitness accounts, they're trying to bolster this, showing other similar incidents.
Norm, the judge right now is demanding an answer on whether Trump will testify in person by the end of this week. How important is it for
goddamn, this is a good outfit. Okay. Nice.
His defense that the former
I know that that is absolutely not the most important part of this story. All I'm trying to say is, lady got drip.
president actually shows up.
Well, Wolf, the jury is going to notice that E. Jean Carroll is there every day, all day long. And the jury was very attentive today, very engaged. And that there's an absence at the defense table. There's no avoiding that. That being said, having argued to juries, having served on juries, the defendant's absence here is not going to be dispositive. But I do think it leaves a gap in the courtroom. And some of those jurors are going to say, well, if Mr. Trump feels so strongly, where is he?
Norm Eisen and Paula Reed, guys, thank you very, very much. We'll stay on top of this story for sure.
Okay. We got a little bit more here from just today. Go with this one.
Carroll, who is now 79 years old, weeping on the stand and testifying. Being able to get my day in court is everything to me. But she quickly regained her composure, telling the jury, I'm not going to sit here and cry and waste everybody's time. The author and former magazine advice columnist testified Donald Trump raped her in a dressing room at a luxury New York City department store in the mid-1990s. She went public with her accusation in her book in 2019. I'm here because Donald Trump raped me, and when I wrote about it, he said it didn't happen. He lied and shattered my reputation, and I'm here to try and get my life back. Carroll is suing Trump in civil court for defaming her and calling her a liar. She recounted how she ran into Trump in the luxury store, and he asked her advice about a gift for a woman. She says she agreed to help him because she thought it would be a funny New York thing to do, with a funny story to tell. Carroll testifying that she recommended a hat, but Trump suggested lingerie. And she says they joked and flirted as she followed him into the dressing room. And that is when he allegedly attacked her. My whole reason for being alive in that moment was to get out of that room. Afterwards, Carroll says she told just 2 friends. She did not file a police report because she says she was afraid Trump would retaliate. She was also ashamed and blamed herself for flirting with him. Trump has chosen not to attend the trial in person, but as Carroll testified, he posted on his social media site calling the case a made-up scam. This is a fraudulent and false story. Witch hunt. Now, E. Jean Carroll is scheduled to continue her testimony tomorrow, and Trump's lawyers, of course, will be cross-examining her.
Man, I gotta say, not a great thing to do during current litigation to keep calling your opponent a fucking liar. Like not the best idea Donald Trump has ever had, you know?
There was another very dramatic day in a New York courtroom as Trump accuser E. Jean Carroll took the stand for a second day. Her allegation that Trump raped her back in the 1990s, the subject of very intense cross-examination by the former president's defense team today. CNN's Paula Reed is outside the courthouse in New York for us. Paula, some extremely heated exchanges, I take it, in the trial today.
That's right, Wolf. The whole trial is really on the line with this cross-examination. Today, the jury witnessed Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, grilling E. Jean Carroll. At times, she spoke through tears as he questioned her about details of her story and her motivation for bringing this case. Thank you. E. Jean Carroll grilled on her allegations that Donald Trump raped her in a department store in the 1990s. This on the 3rd day of her civil battery and defamation lawsuit in a federal court in Manhattan. Trump defense lawyer Joe Tacopina cross-examined Carroll for hours today about her story and her motivations. Using your own words, the facts that you have alleged in the story you have alleged here are odd, Tacopina said. Carroll responded, certain parts of this story are difficult to conceive of. Yes. The exchange becoming heated when Tacopina repeatedly asked Carroll why she didn't scream during the alleged assault. I'm not a screamer. I was too much in panic to scream. You can't beat up on me for not screaming. Tacopina shot back, I'm not beating you up. I'm asking you questions, Miss Carroll. Through tears, Carroll asserted, I'm telling you he raped me. whether I screamed or not. I don't need an excuse for not screaming. Tacopina, an experienced trial attorney, also currently defending Trump in an unrelated criminal case being brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
He, one of his most recent cases, by the way, Joe Tacopina, failed to defend Julian Cotter, who maced 3 police officers during the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. And one of the officers died the next day of a stroke, and Cotter was then subsequently sentenced to 80 months in prison. So I hope that is indicative of his quality, because that'd be great.
Is known for his brash style of defending clients.
No, it can't be. This was a federal presidential election. The allegation here, in some Twilight Zone sort of scenario.
Outside court, a Trump spokesperson said the case is entirely political, and Trump himself accuses Carroll of lying, saying her case is, quote, a made-up scam. Tacopina pressed Carroll on why she waited until 2019 to go public with her story. She said she was mourning her mother's death, and then, I thought this may be a way to change the culture of sexual violence. The light dawned. We can actually change things if we all tell our stories. And I thought, by God, this may be the time. Court has wrapped here for the day. Tacopina told the judge that he's about halfway through his cross-examination. No court tomorrow, so Carroll is expected to be back on the witness stand Monday to face more questions from Trump's legal team.
So, yeah. I'm going to throw this out there. It's probably really not indicating that you are getting through to the jury if you're making someone who's alleging that she is a victim of a rape cry on the stand repeatedly. You know? If that is your tactic in a jury trial, I gotta say, I don't think it's a particularly good one. And I have a feeling that the jury is probably going to side with E. Jean Carroll if the cross-examination continues in this manner, which it likely will, because, I mean, did you see that guy? This guy is not subtle. There's nothing about this guy that is subtle, okay? It's a terrible tactic, but I love watching them dig their own graves. Yeah, no, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, he come out of the Twilight Zone. Yeah. All right. Now, folks, I've been sitting on this, waiting for the right time. And I gotta say, I think you all are going to like this. Now, for those of you who don't know, Greg Gutfeld is one of the most watched late-night news show hosts in America. He has some of the best ratings on Fox. And a few years ago, 2007, he got his start doing a show called Red Eye. It was a late night talk show airing at 3 a.m. on Eastern Time. And he basically would have people on to bullshit about politics, pop culture, all that kind of stuff. And on one particular episode, in like 2016, 2015, somewhere in there, he had on 2 guests. He had on Amy Schumer and Steven Crowder. Now, these 2 guests came on to talk about the value or lack thereof of abstinence. And we're going to watch this entire 8-minute long clip of Steven Crowder just being a complete freak show and Amy Schumer like just ruthlessly roasting him. And I think we're all going to enjoy that, regardless of our political affiliations. And in light of the news of the day, especially. Let us continue, shall we?
It helps form a bond stronger than something really strong. I speak not of polydent, but of abstinence. At least according to a young man named Steven Crowder. Who's he? Who argues in his latest column that abstinence is kind of awesome. Crowder mused.
We're gonna boost the volume on this, because this clip, be quiet.
On why abstinence remains a punchline despite offering plenty of benefits to being friends without benefits. Forget that abstinence leads to approximately 0 STDs or studies that show, at least in successful marriages, it's the unbeatable bond of trust that's the real
True,
prize.
GD Reaper.
Yes, says Crowder, there's no more worrying about your significant other cheating on you because partners can be supremely confident in their respective self-control, unlike the inventors of the new South American butt dance.
That is an injury.
That is just
That
unusual.
is not I think you got a concussion.
That'll put me off sex forever. Steve, here's my question. It's admirable. When do you stop? When do you stop with the abstinence? How will you know it's time?
Well, once you have a ring on your finger, obviously. The only way to know for sure is once you're married. And of course,
Steven Crowder at this point was like in his mid-20s. He literally looks like a baby.
people know I'm a Christian. This column is not at all pushing faith in anybody. It's just talking about the actual benefits. If you really want to argue for abstinence, you can stop the argument and be abstinent, don't get sick and die.
Yeah.
But, you know, I can say from personal experience that it does build a bond of trust. Constantly you hear women, how often do you hear, well, don't you trust me? It's like, no, you slept with me on the first date.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, I don't trust you.
It's that old thing, like, I would join a club that would let me into that club.
Right.
You know, it's,
Exactly.
you know, she's going to sleep with me, then she'll sleep
Usually
with
because I'm
anybody.
Canadian, they won't let me in.
Yeah.
Except for Canadian Club Ginger Ale.
Amy, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, but also, you know, if I sleep with a guy
Canadian Club Ginger Ale? What?
on the first date, usually if a guy holds my hand, he's going to wind up. So here's the thing. I don't think that.
Steven, just look at Steven's face here.
So here's the thing.
He's like,
I don't think that.
Maybe I should hold her hand, methinks.
I don't think that women should use sex as a bargaining chip, and a lot of them do. If I want to sleep with someone, I do it, and I am a monogamous slut. Can I say that on air?
Yeah, I think you can.
Great.
That's not what we're worried about.
But what I'm saying is, I have a higher risk of disease. I also have a much higher risk of fun.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is prove my point by saying that, you know, you don't think it should be used as a bargaining tool.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as, you know, the kind of point of the column is that abstinence is the one taboo issue regarding sex. I mean, it's like, oh, be a dirty stand-up comic. You're cracking new ground there, Copernicus. But once you talk about abstinence, everyone all of a sudden, they put you, like, right now, we have to talk about it.
Steven Crowder just absolutely pissed off Amy Schumer. You can see it. She's staring into the camera. She is going to end him.
Because who is this kid who's talking about abstinence who, you know...
Well, it's who's this kid who's, you know, 23. You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. So to talk about it with such authority and arrogance...
I don't know who I'm going to be what?
You don't know who you're going to be sexually yet. You're going to be into really weird things in about a decade.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Amy Schumer saw into the future that day. She saw into the future.
I have no...
Going to be sexually yet. You're going to be into really weird things in about a decade.
Oh, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Yeah.
Trust me. And the thing is, it doesn't.
But I really do want to do. There's nothing
there
wrong
should
with
be
that.
no confidence. And you know, you slip by the dirty comedian thing, but honestly, you call yourself a comedian, but you don't do it that much. Like I go fishing a couple times a year, but I don't introduce myself on TV as a fisherman.
Wow. This...
Oh God. End him. End him. Chat, I kid you not. That one comment made Steven Crowder so angry that he has spent like the last 7 years relentlessly trying to get a dunk on Amy Schumer. Okay? I kid you not. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Going to his YouTube channel. Going to his YouTube channel. Here. Going to his YouTube channel. Okay? Search. Amy Schumer. Live review. Amy Schumer's Netflix disaster. Amy Schumer wants women fat and miserable. SJW. Amy Schumer supports rape culture. Amy Schumer demands Chris Rock money. Ironically disproves wage myth. Banned from YouTube. Amy Schumer goes full SJW. Teaser. Amy Schumer's Netflix fiasco. No more slut shaming or fat shaming. just absolutely. Look at all of these results in which Amy Schumer is mentioned. Amy Schumer is mentioned in every single one of these. Like, dude is nuts, okay? Dude got an obsession.
It's not really personal for a concept about abstinence. I'm
No,
saying the
but
whole
what I'm
point
saying
is
is
that...
there's
Oh wait, I didn't show it on screen. Damn it. There we go. Just look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Rent free. Rent free in this guy's head.
You can get up on stage, we even talk about it in the column, and talk about anything dirty that they want, but the second you mention abstinence, people, they pucker with discomfort, like, oh no, we can't talk about this, and you're vilified as judgmental. Statistically, it's the healthiest thing to do. It is conducive towards a better marriage by a 25% spread, both physically...
It only takes that one person, though, and there's no contract that the person's not going to cheat on you because they're abstinent. She could fall in love with somebody else.
Well, actually, there is a contract. That's what a marriage is. It's a contract.
It's a contract.
Yeah. It is a contract. You're right, Steven. It is a contract. Unfortunately, in Texas, no-fault divorce is a thing, so get your ass out, homie.
That more than 60% of people break.
No, actually, that's not true. Actually, if you even look at the new U.S. Census Bureau statistics, more than 70% of first-time marriages last.
Okay, but then the guy goes off and sleeps with a young boy.
Well,
good. You guys stayed married, but then there's infidelity.
Well, once you bring out the statistics that guys are running around rampantly sleeping with young boys.
First of all, I'm not a boy. I know I have characteristics as such.
All I'm saying is yes, you're right. Of course, it is way safer to not have sex, but. Yeah, but if you have sex with one person, maybe they've had sex with one person. It only takes that one. I've probably had sex with, I don't know, a baker's 2 dozen, you know?
You scared me.
And I'm fine.
You had sex with Mike Baker? He is happily married.
He is a
thus
stud
proving your point.
He's hot. All I'm saying is
Bill,
not cheating with a contract.
You're abstinent, but not by choice.
No. He's bought me some absinthe because we've been practicing abstinence. But you bought absinthe for us to share. And
I thought it would lighten the mood and maybe get you naked.
Yeah.
Didn't either. Lots of vomiting.
I
would like to say that even though I'm not absent by choice, Teardrop, I thought it was a great column, and I thought he made some very good points. And there is a point to be made about how the fact that really the only taboo left is this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really nothing less that'll get your shock factor up.
Yeah, no, it's true. And also, you know what your mom always said, Imogen, your mom always said, if you want respect, don't put out.
Exactly.
So there is, I mean, it's something that's handed down, and until you have kids, you might find yourself saying that.
And I do put it in my book. It's gone around the world, and I do on one level talk
Is
about
that Imogen Lloyd Webber?
a few
Maybe
dates. I'm not saying you act like someone out of Jersey Shore if you want a long-standing relationship.
They
I
have
do
great
put
abs,
that
though.
top tip in my book. Yeah.
That's the thing, like lack of abstinence is directly linked to really good abs. That's the problem.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
That is
I've
true.
got a beer gut.
But I have to say, my last 3 relationships, which each lasted between 2 to 5 years, we slept with each other almost immediately. And it's because I knew that I wanted to be with them, you know?
Except at the 5-year mark.
Yeah, but so what? At least I figured it out, and I didn't get married and spend my life with somebody that I hate.
But statistically,
And I
that's
had a great
unrealistic.
UN.
Statistically, that's wrong. I mean, if you want to disregard stats, in
What,
fact, then you can
statistically,
say-
what's wrong?
Statistically, 87% of people who wait until they're married are happier, and 52% aren't. And the same thing that you can look at the Social Organization of Sexuality. These are not Christian-funded
How do you have
studies.
statistics on people?
Look. In Steven Crowder's world, no one would lie about the happiness level of their marriage. No one would ever lie about how happy their marriage is, right, Steven? Steven, you'd never just go on your show or anyone's show and lie about the quality of your marriage, right? That would never happen because of abstinence. Yeah, abstinence. It made your marriage better, didn't it, Steven?
People's happiness.
You tell them, are you happy?
Are they?
You
Because they're
emotionally
at church
satisfied?
smiling?
No, you can say, are you emotionally satisfied in your marriage? Yes, no. By 25% spread, both spouses who are virgins, yes. Are you sexually satisfied in your marriage? Yes. Is it difficult for you to achieve orgasm?
Why would people have to be honest
It's
about
all
their
the sources
emotions?
are listed in the column. Every single source listed. These are things that have been used by the Kinsey Institute.
What I'm
not
saying
calling
is,
these out.
who cares what they said? A lot of people say they have happy marriages, even in therapy, when they're miserable.
So the 25-point spread doesn't matter because only the people who will be lying would be the people who are abstinent?
I just don't know any happily married people.
Speaking of statistics,
I don't.
let's get back to my part. Statistically, 100% of these women are not calling me back.
That is true.
Nobody's reading my column, if you catch my drift, Craig.
Yeah.
We all caught your drift the second we saw you, bud. It's okay.
Yes.
So call me, ladies.
Yes, exactly. Maybe you should have done the column on abstinence.
Thank you.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
And the headline would have been sad face.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry that got so heated. I just want
That
to say
was good TV.
I just want to say that I read the blog, and it did come across to me like you ended it by saying no judgments, but it definitely felt very judgmental.
Of course, and the column was written about the reaction from people like you who the second you talk about abstinence get upset. So thank you.
Well, people like me who are almost 10 years older than you and know what it's like to live life and not just have all these morals with no life experience.
Right, I had no life experience. That is true.
I'm sorry, but somebody who works a little bit of the
You're the ripe
Christian
old age of
comedy
33.
circuit.
The Christian comedy circuit?
What?
What just happened?
The irony
I have to
is,
say, this
the
is the
irony
longest.
What just happened here? She fucking dunked on you. That's what happened. You goddamn goofball.
Debate we've ever had on
It
Red
is,
Eye
it is.
in
And
almost
the irony
3.5 years.
The irony is they make a very sexy Tuesday.
Yeah.
Really
No,
good.
That's the best.
I like
Almost as
Steven.
sexy as,
I think
Lloyd
he's
Long.
smart. No, I think you're smart. You're young, and
See what I'm saying, Greg?
you're great.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Well, you were wrong on all those counts. I'm one of those
This
things.
was all a ploy to pick you up, by the way.
Oh,
It's
I'm
something-
flirting. This is me flirting. Is it working?
She spat on me during the commercial break, which means
That's
she
my
likes you.
thing. That's
All
what
right.
I do.
So, do you have a comment on the show? Email us.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. All right. Cool. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah, nice deployment of the "you're not a real comedian" Shiv. Yeah, nah, she got him. She got him so good. He's still mad about it in 2023. Like 13 years after this aired. Or not 13 years. No, 13 years after this aired. Greg Gutfeld mentioned this is better TV than we've made in like 3 years, and that would mean this show came out sometime in 2010. So in 2010, yeah, that'd be 13 years ago. Damn. Okay. Anyway, I thought you guys would really like that. You kind of look like Amy Schumer. Okay, but I think I look like a hotter version of Amy Schumer. I think I look like the hotter version of Amy Schumer with a good sense of humor. Well, thank you. It's the autism. Good night, Nindreen. Come on, we're not that old, Jack. You guys laugh, but it's true. Let's see. Oh, good night, Nindreen. Get good sleep, okay? I must take my happy ass to bed. Aw, I'm glad your ass is happy, Nindreen. Get good sleep. She's the less hot version of Jack, to be honest. Ooh, irked. I like your philosophical twist on the concept. Come on, we're not that old. Unfortunately, we are that old, Neuron. There's an entire ass generation between us and being young people. If you're a millennial, if you're Gen Z, then you are not that old. I loved Amy back in the day. Figured a lot of her critics were just haters who were threatened by her willingness to roast anybody. Honestly, I feel like I need to give more Amy Schumer comedies like a chance, like either movies or comedy specials or shows. Just because I kind of fell into like the, oh, well, a lot of people are saying like not great things about her, so maybe her comedy isn't that good. And I'm not that big into stand-up anyway, as a concept. But I don't know, after watching that, I definitely want to go and watch some more of her comedy. You know? Have you seen Trainwreck? I have not. Was it good? Stand-up is pretty boomerish. I don't know if it's boomerish. It's just that, like, really good stand-up is so hard to find, you know? And, like, a lot of stand-up just isn't great. And I don't... Sometimes, like, I've watched a stand-up show, right? And people are laughing, and I just kind of look, and I'm just like, why? Those jokes weren't good. You know, like, I feel like I'm really hard to please. I'm really picky about it. But, like, if I watch, like, some of the legendary sets, like George Carlin or something, like, George Carlin was funny as fuck. But I'm just, I guess I'm picky about it, or I have a very particular sense of humor. I don't know. Or maybe it's because we've hit a point of, like, oversaturation where, like, in older times, like, only, like, the best of the best comedians got, like, their, you know, stand-up specials. I think her movies fall prey to a lot more attempts by producers to keep her from being too proactive, but her earlier comedy specials and Inside Amy Schumer were great. Okay. I could take a look. Now, folks, we have been streaming for almost 4 hours now. We're running up to the 4-hour mark. If any of you have been enjoying the content, if you are feeling inclined towards supporting my content, I would really appreciate any subs or donos. You can gift subs, by the way. I know that there are a lot of lurkers in chat tonight, because I can see the numbers. I see you. I see you, you lurkers. So gifted subs, quite nice. They all directly support me if they're done over on riverboat.gg. You can also make direct donos. There are buttons for subs and donos above me on the website. Yeah, if you aren't on the website yet, consider coming over to riverboat.gg, because riverboat.gg has no ads. Don't have to sit through any ads. And you get to, all of your support that you give through that site goes directly to me. So just head on over to riverboat.gg. If you see us lurkers, then what am I doing? Watching Riverboat Jack, of course. Also, yeah. Look, we have a... See, I told you, chat. We have a white name in chat now. Leftwing Dragon, thank you for the follow, by the way. I really appreciate that. We are actually... We've been hovering around the same number of follows. And I know it's because... On Twitch, anyway. And I know that that's because we've had people leave Twitch for the site chat and the YouTube chat. But I just want to know, it's very frustrating to me that we haven't quite hit 9K follows on Twitch. It's killing me a little bit. We're like 36 follows away. Young Amy is definitely a role model for me in developing my own. Hell yeah. I live here now. You do, Neuron. I love that you do offline chat. Also, I really love that the Riverboat site has pronoun tags. It helps me give you guys the right pronouns. She's on to us. I am on to you, weird beards. You can't hide from me. But anyway, folks, consider dropping some subs or gifting subs to people in chat. Because I would really appreciate it, and they might just appreciate it too. Now, we have a few things here. I just wanted to start with this story because it was kind of wholesome, okay? And we need some stories about transphobia that are wholesome, you know? Not that transphobia itself is wholesome, but just like stories where people are transphobic and then the wider community steps in. Thoysome, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Fox of Fate. No white names, lol. Also, thank you, Jack, for all the work you've done streaming today. Today has been one of the long ones, folks. I've been streaming for over 10 hours today. Yeah, thank you so much. And if any of you want to come over, there's a link in the Twitch chat. One of them caught me. Yeah, we got you, Fox of Fate. But we'll start covering this segment on transphobia with a bit of an uplifting story. And this one is about a small business owners in Nashville, Tennessee, who came together to host a prom specifically for a student who was not allowed to attend their high school dance because he decided to wear a suit. And you can see in the image here, they wouldn't let me in because I'm in a suit. So, basically, this transgender student who wanted to wear a suit to his prom and who uses they, him pronouns, they didn't want him to go to prom because he was wearing a suit. Or because they were wearing a suit. I think he, them, or they, him pronouns means they're okay with they, them, or he, him. So I think I think that's okay. I don't like when people like do the truncated pronouns. It gets confusing. But it's true. Hashtag no white names is the kind of thing that drives the fascists nuts. But yeah, this is great. B. Hayes, 18, who uses they, he pronouns, according to their Instagram account, said they weren't allowed in the doors because he was wearing a suit. Hayes' post had more than 23,000 likes and almost 2,000 comments as of Wednesday. Hayes said that they were attending Nashville Christian School for 13 years. The school that he was attending for 13 years wouldn't let him attend prom because they were wearing a suit. That's wild. Ah, Skyfer is hot. Thank you for making the leap over to the website. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Everyone clap. Everyone clap. Clap, 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 clap. But, oh yeah, here's a direct quote. I should not have to conform to femininity to attend my senior prom. I will not compromise who I am to fit in a box, the post read. Who are you to tell us what it means to be a woman? A spokesperson for the Nashville Christian School said in a statement to CNN that it has established dress code requirements for both school attendance and special events, and all students and families are aware of and sign an agreement to these guidelines when they enroll, which is the coward's answer. The school communicated its expectations for appropriate prom attire to Hayes and their family before the prom, according to the statement. While we certainly respect a student's right to disagree, all of our students know from our school handbook that when they do not follow such expectations at school-sponsored events, they may be asked to leave, the statement said. Yeah, let's see here. A friend of the Van Moles, Allison Hawley, started a GoFundMe page after seeing the post. More than $29,000 have been raised as of Wednesday to pay vendors who will contribute to Hayes' Ultimate Prom on May 6th. The leftover proceeds will be donated to Hayes' charity of choice, or charities of choice, which include Inclusion Tennessee and Oasis Center, according to the page. I naively was unaware that we were still having dress code issues like this in 2023, Holly told CNN in a phone call. So of course I was like, we've got to do something about this. Derek Van Mol told CNN that he and his wife have received about 1,000 emails from business owners around the world offering their services for the event. It's formal wear, so what's the problem? Well, the problem is that B. Hayes is transgender, and the expectation was that B. Hayes, who is, non-binary trans mask, I'll say, is, or in the eyes of the school, biologically female. So, of course, the dress code means that they would have to wear a dress in order to attend their prom, which is bullshit, of course. The school's like, nah, you're not wearing a dress, you can't come in here, bitch. Hello, Big Ben. Sylphweed, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're going through some stories about transphobia, and we're going to crown it off with a debate that I haven't seen, but is almost guaranteed to be a shit show. Okay. Second of all, conservatives are just... There is something about Dylan Mulvaney that makes conservatives absolutely rabid. Absolutely rabid. And I don't know what it is. Like, I think, honestly, I think she's just a public-facing trans woman whose brand is kind of predicated on her being happy. And for that crime, conservatives feel the need to, like, tear her down. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a lunatic, just in general, but, like, especially about trans people. And on a recently deleted episode, and you know it has to be real fucking bad if Marjorie Taylor Greene is deleting the episode of her podcast in which she said these things. Well, I don't even want to say it. I'm just going to play the clip, okay?
I'd like to bring up one of the biggest pedophiles in America today. His name is Dylan Mulvaney, and I won't be referring to him as a she or her. Let's go ahead and play this video.
Just straight up goes on her platform. She's a member of Congress and calls Dylan Mulvaney one of the biggest pedophiles in America today. And frankly, I agree with this Twitter poster who apparently was on Canada's Drag Race Season 2. Dylan needs to sue the fuck out of her right now. Like, yes, you ignore the haters, but when a sitting congressperson calls you a pedophile for being trans, it's time to sue. I agree, actually. I agree. Dylan Mulvaney should sue the fuck out of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, she has the most solid case imaginable. You know? Like, I know, like, as a trans person, I know, like, the expectation is that we are supposed to, like, curl up into balls and just kind of take the abuse and, like, you know, be convenient punching bags for conservative pundits and conservative figures. But, like, when they are straight up going on their shows calling you, a prominent trans person, a pedophile merely for having a platform and existing, that to me, that is grounds for a very, very compelling defamation lawsuit. Even if she deleted the... And by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene deleted that episode because she knows that it's grounds for a very, very successful defamation lawsuit. One of her lawyers or one of her staffers saw that beginning to trend and just went, oh shit, oh fuck, please, Marjorie, delete it. Because if you don't, we're gonna get sued. Righteous wrath upon her. Oh, all of the righteous wrath. Also, I was unaware of this, but apparently, apparently Dylan Mulvaney had taken a hiatus from posting on TikTok because people had been harassing her nonstop, like to unconscionable extremes. Yeah, honestly, quasi-spec, like, I feel like Dylan Mulvaney, and Dylan Mulvaney, I feel like is well enough off that she can retain some lawyers to start handling this, but the attacks here are just mental. So she recently returned to TikTok after a hiatus, which I don't blame her for at all. But here's her message to her following.
It's day 9,610 of being a human, and I'm going to try to leave gender out of this since that's how we found ourselves here. I've been offline for a few weeks, and a lot has been said about me, some of which is so far from my truth that I was like hearing my name and I didn't even know who they were talking about sometimes. It's a very disassociative feeling. And it was so loud that I didn't even feel part of the conversation. So I decided to take the back seat and just let them tucker themselves out. But then I remembered that nearly 13 million people at some point enjoyed me enough to hit the follow button on these apps. And I was like, wait. I want to talk to those people.
Holy shit. She has a following of 13 million people? I've never actually looked at any of her social media, like following or reach. That is wild.
So hi, long time no talk. How are you? You might want to grab a beverage. This is going to be a longer one. But I'm doing okay. And I'm trying this new thing where I don't pressure myself to share anything before I'm ready. And I'm actually sitting with my emotions, not reacting, waiting to respond. And shock.
Oh no, like Dylan Mulvaney seems like one of the most lovely people on the planet.
Shockingly, I can't recommend it more. Therapy is paying off here, people. But I do have some thoughts to share with you. So I've been having crazy deja vu because I'm an adult, I'm 26, and throughout childhood, I was called too feminine and over the top. And here I am now being called all those same things, but this time it's from other adults. And if they're going to accuse me of anything, it should be that I'm a theater person and that I'm camp, but this is just my person.
True. You are cringe, but in that cringe, you are free.
And it always has been. What I'm struggling with most is that I grew up in a conservative family and I'm extremely privileged because they still love me very much. And I grew up in the church and I still have my faith, which I am really trying to hold on to right now.
Oh, damn. Okay. That is a rare combo, but okay.
But I've always tried to love everyone, even the people that make it really, really hard. And I think it's okay to be frustrated with someone or confused. But what I'm struggling to understand is the need to dehumanize and to be cruel. I don't think that's right. Dehumanization has never fixed anything in history, ever.
And we have the end of her statement here.
And, I'm embarrassed to even tell you this, but I was nervous that you were going to start believing those things that they were saying about me, since it is so loud. But I'm just going to go ahead and trust that the people who know me and my heart won't listen to that noise. What I'm interested in...
This is where I disagree, just because the 13 million people who follow you, girl, don't know you. They don't know you. They don't know your heart. They just know, like, the content you've put out there. Like, they're not... They don't know the real you. And that can be real hard, you know?
Is getting back to making people laugh and to never stop learning. And going forward, I want to share parts of myself on here that have nothing to do with my identity. And I'm hoping those parts will still be exciting to you and will be enough. And to those...
Sentient Waffle, the vibe she gives me is, like, the most wholesome parts of, like, Pee-wee's Playhouse, you know? But, like, in a trans woman. And I mean that in the most flattering way possible.
Of you who support me and choose to see my humanity, even if you don't fully understand or relate to me, thank you. And I don't know if reincarnation is a thing, but in my next life, I would love to be someone non-confrontational and uncontroversial. God, that sounds nice. The good news is that the people pleaser in me has nearly died because there's clearly no way of winning over everyone. But if you're still around, I am too. And I love ya. And I hope you're having a great week. And I missed you. Okay, talk soon. Love you. Bye.
I wonder if I could get Dylan Mulvaney to come on my show. She seems chill enough. I cannot imagine a world in which I have received the level of vitriol Dylan Mulvaney has, and I've emerged, like, with that level of grace on the other side, you know? Absolute queen shit. Absolute queen shit. Meanwhile, again, the fascists continue to tip their hands, chat, and I think that they are going too far. They're going so far that they have become detached from reality so clearly and obviously that even people who don't really pay attention to, like, trans stuff look at this and go, what the hell? This is stupid. This is nonsense. So for those of you who don't know what's going on in the screenshot, okay, we'll start with Billboard Chris, who tweets out, an 18-year-old boy died when doctors tried to create a vagina for him using part of his colon. His colon was used because puberty blockers stopped growth of his genitals, which meant there wasn't enough blah, 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 blah. So the point being that they attempted to do vaginoplasty on a trans woman who was 18 years old, and unfortunately that failed because surgery comes with risks. And frankly, every surgery comes with risks. Every time you use anesthetic, it comes with risks. Okay? People die from going under, you know, but from using anesthetic during surgeries. That's something that kills people. Other things that kill people, dangerous infections kill people. Communicable diseases from within the hospital kill people while they're recovering from surgeries. And it turns out that, hey, guess what? People die from all kinds of different surgeries. I know that might seem weird, but hey, if somebody has like an infected limb that is being eaten through by necrosis, there's a chance that even if they amputate that limb, that person could still die. It turns out, even if you if you have brain cancer, there's a chance you might die from the operation. If you have open heart surgery, chance you might die. Literally, by the way, conservatives made this argument nonstop throughout COVID, right? Oh, well, there's a chance you could die by driving down the road, so really there's nothing we can do. It's a similar argument here for surgery, except surgery is medically necessary for people to be able to live and thrive and survive. You know? As opposed to, like, wearing your goddamn mask. Or getting a vaccine. Yeah, people die from boob jobs. People die from nose jobs. People die from Botox injections. People die from literally every conceivable kind of thing. And it turns out in this case, by the way, that the colon, the part of the colon that this boy had, or this boy, Jesus, they can't gender trans people properly ever. The piece of colon that this woman had transplanted resulted in poor care from the hospital, and it caused necrosis, which killed her. Which happens. Specifically due to, like, doctor negligence, I would argue, but, like, that happens. You know, people have organ transplants, and the body rejects the organ. Like, that happens. People die. And Matt Walsh here is saying all gender transition surgeries should be banned, no matter the age of the patient. It should not be legal for doctors to perform this kind of Frankenstein butchery on anyone. This should not be a controversial position. And I just have to say, like, that applies to all surgery, Matt. Literally every kind of medical intervention you can imagine comes with some kind of risk of death. Did you pop an Advil for, like, a sore back? That comes with a risk of death. Some people die from taking an Advil. Medical malpractice, perhaps? Indeed. Indeed. I would argue, perhaps, that a young woman's family has some grounds to sue on medical malpractice grounds. But not knowing more of the details, you know, hard to say. But this logic from Matt Walsh applies to literally any kind of surgical intervention. Oh, did you get a pacemaker put in? Oh, that's Frankenstein butchery. Okay, you're putting a robot into your body. Butchery. You're oh god, you had to have like a like a needle put into your arm to make sure clean blood was flowing into your body. Butchery. Okay? Nose ring, butchery. Brain surgery, butchery. Appendix out, butchery. Gallbladder removal, butchery. You had to lose a kidney, butchery. Wisdom teeth removed, butchery. Tonsils out, butchery. If God wanted that to happen, he would have miracled the tonsils out. Skill issue. But, like, this is insane. And most people, when they look at this, can think about it for a few seconds and realize that this is insane. Okay? And not only that, where did I put this? Well, here it is. Not only that, right? But even conservatives know that it is insane. And now this is a really interesting little segment from a recent poll of Fox News viewers, okay? Fox News ran a poll that asked, in general, how much of a problem is each of the following? A major problem, a minor problem, or not a problem? And when Fox News viewers were asked whether or not families with transgender children being the targets of political attacks was a major problem, a minor problem, not a problem, or don't know, 57% said a major problem. Almost 60% of Fox News viewers, some of the most conservative people in the country, thought that attacks on transgender families were a major problem. Not the fact that the parents of trans kids exist, not that the fact that trans kids exist. They thought the conservative attacks on trans kids and their families were a major problem. And not only that, 26% thought it was a minor problem. So at the very least, 83% of Fox News viewers agreed that it was a problem to some extent. Which is one of the most amazing things I have seen in a long time. Only 15% of Fox News' audience didn't have a problem with how trans people and their families are treated. And that's incredible. That is almost awe-inspiring. That is mind-blowing. So even conservatives are coming around and getting wise to the fact that, like, this is insane. What does it take to get them to say something? I would argue that they're starting, you know? A lot of the narratives we're seeing are basically being pushed by the farthest right parts of conservatism, you know? Maybe some of them misinterpreted the question, thought of it as, like, the Democrats' acceptance of trans people as an attack on the kids. Maybe. But, I don't think so. Additionally, like, stories like this, folks, are absolutely, like, radicalizing conservatives closer to our position, you know? Marco DeSoon, I think you would have to have someone coaching them to understand the questions that way. And I don't think that is how the questions are being understood. At the very least, not widely. And yes, the vast majority of people don't have a problem with trans folks. It's true, Sylphweed. But, like, stories like this. Trans athlete running as a female in London Marathon labeled wrong and unfair. The Telegraph here wrote a story about this trans woman who was running a marathon. She came in 6,160th place in the marathon. 6,160th place. And they still whined and harassed her about how unfair it was that she even participated. And I just gotta put this out there. They harassed her into giving back her medal. Yeah. Transgender London Marathon athlete vows, "I'll give my medal back after beating 14,000 women." And, like, that's a pretty rich thing because it kind of this headline portrays it as if, like, she came in first out of 14,000 women. But no, she came in 6,160th place among a field of 20,123 runners. This wasn't a medal for placing in the race, it was a participation medal. that everyone who finished the race got. And they're making her give it back. These people are petty bitches, and this level of pettiness and, like, weird cruelty is not something that actually, like, wins hearts and minds. The people who are supposed to be, like, getting, like being in favor of this, the people who are supposed to be, like, against trans people being in sports, like, see this and they're like, what the fuck? It was a participation medal. Like, just let her exist, for fuck's sake. And, like, this isn't competing in sport if she's not even in, like, the remote ballpark of competing, you know? Yeah, I'm sure the 6,161st place runner really gave a shit that that one person ahead of her was a trans woman. Absolute lunacy. Yeah, honestly, competition doing heavy lifting in that concept. God. Also, just a quick update. Quick update from Italy, folks. Do you remember we covered this a little while ago. We haven't really delved into Italy and its politics recently, but Italy elected a fascist, like an actual fascist. Maloney runs is the candidate from the party that is directly descended from wait, not Franco. Oh my god. Stalin, Hitler. The guy who made the Mussolini, thank you. Jesus. God. Yeah. No, her party is directly descended from Mussolini's party, down to the fact that it uses imagery directly taken from its flag, and it was founded by former members of Mussolini's, like, party and cabinet, you know? So, yeah, she's a fascist. And, well, wouldn't you know it, hey. Italy strips some gay couples of parental recognition. Giorgia Meloni's government moves to restrict same-sex parenthood as it champions traditional values. So, yeah, they're literally stealing children from gay and lesbian couples. It's not great when fascists take power, frankly. Did Hillary Clinton actually praise Meloni? Wait, is that true? Oh my god. Is that true? Oh my god. When was this published? Oh, doesn't have any publication. Oh, there it is. September 2nd, 2022. Yesterday, Hillary Clinton was in Venice, taking in the city's film festival and telling Italian media about the anti-democratic dangers around the world. Interviewed for the country's leading daily, she spoke of the very powerful forces who threaten democracy, from Russian cyber attacks to Donald Trump demagoguery. With Italy due to hold its general election on September 25th, the former Secretary of State was also drawn to comment on this country's politics. Currently, polls are being led by Giorgia Meloni's Fratelli d'Italia, part of the right-wing coalition widely expected to secure a majority of seats. With her own party backed by around 1/4 of voters, Meloni looks likely to become prime minister, showing the success of recent efforts to mainstream Meloni's image. Clinton commented, "The election of the first woman prime minister in this country always represents a break with the past, and that is currently a good thing. But then, as with any leader, woman or man, she must be judged by what she does. I never agreed with Margaret Thatcher, but I admired her determination. Clearly, then you vote on ideas." Which, yeah, not a great thing. She also did preface some of her comments on Meloni, saying she doesn't know much about her. Every time a woman is elected to head of state or government, that is a step forward. Then that woman, like a man, has to be judged on what she stands for or what she does. I mean, yeah, but also maybe if you don't know much about the candidate, don't just say like, yeah, it'd be a great thing to elect them. You know, otherwise it just comes across as, yes, queen, more female drone pilots. Like, yeah, let's not do that. Spoken like a true lib. True. Okay. We've done it. We've made it through the transphobia gauntlet. Except, you thought we were done? You thought we were done with the transphobia? We're never done with the transphobia. You fools. You absolute simpletons. You thought we were done? We're only just beginning. That's right. We have a final boss! Just the worst motherfuckers. Debating whether or not trans people should be regulated by law. And by the way, if you are wondering who this guy is, this guy got bodied by Sam Cedar on a debate. The fuck's a Plumbo? Palumbo is I have no idea.
We are back. Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Brad Palumbo. He is a journalist and policy correspondent at the Foundation for Economic Education. Brad, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So, now, Brad, you reached out to me, I think it was on Twitter.
So, basically, Michael Knowles is debating a libertarian student. Because, of course, even on these, like, set-up debates, like, the Daily Wire chuds can't even, debate actual, like, adults. They can't do it. They won't do it. They need to debate students, guys. You don't understand.
Welcome. We don't typically get this kind of feedback from ISI events, but I thank you for being here. I thank the college Republicans for their courage in helping to organize this event, the university administration for their defense of free speech and open inquiry and allowing this event to proceed, and I'd also like to thank the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation for making this event possible. Before we get to the topic at hand, I'd like to tell you briefly about my organization, the Intercollegiate Studies Institute. ISI exists to provide a forum and a community for college students across the country to explore and examine fundamental questions about politics, culture, economics, and history, and to debate how to implement those ideas in American life and on their campuses, specifically to ensure that the common good and dignity of every human person is respected. We host about 150 events around the country on a wide range of topics, from lectures, debates, weekend conferences, and this debate series is part of an effort to explore questions, and we've explored a number of topics, from national security, economics, technology, to social issues. And we've actually heard from our students that it's the social issues in particular that they would like more discussion of, more debate, and more clarification. And so we've picked this issue tonight of transgenderism and law. And I understand that it's obviously a controversial topic. Over 11,000 students have signed a petition calling for this event to be canceled. But we believe that that's a signal that there's more that needs to be explored on this topic. And it touches a nerve in terms of the life in common here at the Pitt community. It touches a nerve because it's a conversation ultimately about human nature. What does it mean to be a man or a woman according to biology, to culture, to history, and to religion? And how should law and public policy reflect those realities? So tonight we gather at a university, a place of open inquiry and discourse, where we ask tough questions and examine presuppositions to confront a difficult question, and I expect our speakers to do it with patience, intelligence, honesty, and openness in an effort to pursue truth together and to deliberate, which is a hallmark of our democratic life, about how to best order our community on this important question. So without further ado, thank you all for coming tonight, and I'd like to welcome Dylan of the College Republicans to introduce our speakers.
Thank you all for coming. I'm glad you were able to make it in here through a little bit of a unanticipated crowd there.
Okay, that's not Alex Stein. Never mind.
But just a quick reminder to everybody before I introduce the speakers that there's no signs, noisemakers, or disruptions permitted. And any disruptions that impede the ability of everybody in the room to view and engage in a productive conversation, we'll have those items removed. So our first debater, Mr. Michael Knowles, is the celebrated host of The Michael Knowles Show at the Daily Wire and The Book Club at PragerU. He is also the author of the best-selling book Speechless. In 2017, Michael published the #1 national best-selling treatise, Reasons to Vote for Democrats, which President Donald Trump hailed as a great book for your reading enjoyment. In late 2020, after an appearance guest hosting the Rush Limbaugh program, it was announced that Michael's daily podcast would be syndicated to terrestrial radio. Our second debater, Brad Palumbo, is a libertarian journalist. His work has been cited by top lawmakers such as Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Pat Toomey, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, Congressman Thomas Massey.
Yeah, I'm sure this guy is going to have some real good points on transgenderism.
And former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, as well as by prominent media personalities such as Sean Hannity, Ben Shapiro, and Mark Levin. Brad has also testified before the U.S. Senate, appeared on Fox News and Fox Business, and written for publications such as USA Today, National Review, Newsweek, and The Daily Beast. He co-hosts the Based Politics podcast and has a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Tonight's debate will be moderated by Leah Sargent, who is the Chief of Staff for Debates and Public Discourse at Braver Angels. Her writing has appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and others. She is the author of 2 books and has spoken on building community and constructive conflict around the world. She runs Other Feminisms, a Substack community focused on the dignity of interdependence. So please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Man, what kind of person gives Michael Knowles a standing ovation?
just have to point out this is a very different welcome than we got outside. So I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for coming. I want to give you a brief introduction to the debate format we'll be using and the goals for our debate. We're going to lead off with opening speeches of 5 minutes from each of our speakers, starting with Mr. Knowles, followed by Mr. Palumbo. They'll each have a 2-minute opportunity to rebut or respond to each other's statements, and then we'll have about 30 minutes of moderated discussion between the two panelists and me. And after that, we'll open it up to questions from the room, and I suppose, if sufficiently aerodynamic, from the outside room as well. I'm Leah Sargent. I work for Braver Angels, facilitating debates on contentious issues across the nation. And what always interests me is when there's a debate where people feel stuck, where there's a question they feel is vitally important, where they've struck out again and again in trying to address it with people they disagree with, or have felt unable to bring it up at all. I think tonight's topic certainly hits that benchmark. But what interests me about it is I think it's also two contentious topics wound up together. There's the obvious, questions of gender identity and who we are, how we see each other. But then there's the second one, which is how do we live alongside each other in a pluralistic society when we disagree strongly with our neighbor and there isn't an easy compromise? You can't average out the tax rates to decide how you'll live alongside a difference of agreement about gender identity. So I think one thing I'd like everyone to consider in attending is that whether or not you've come into the room with a very strong belief about the question of gender and transgender ideas, you may find yourself agreeing or disagreeing with the speaker you support when it comes to the question of how we navigate those differences in a pluralistic society, when the law should coerce, what we do when we disagree deeply with a friend. And I hope you'll leave this room better prepared to speak to someone who you think
I think
is
Palumbo
living wrongly, who you love, who you can't walk away from or simply
is arguing
protest.
the pro-trans
And you want to figure
position?
out, how do I say I think you're wrong in a way that they'll hear as an act of love? With no further ado, Mr. Knowles.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. All right.
Aw, some good beans in the audience.
There they are. I didn't know. I thought they might have been stuck outside.
Man.
We found them. Was that to them or to me? That was to them. Okay, it's confusing. All right. That sounds like they've gotten into harmony. Not even just melody anymore. All right. See, I was under the impression that I was opening the debate, and then Brad would follow, and then we'd have rebuttals. But I guess there was an opening act that I was not. Yeah, no, certainly not. That hasn't been true in a while. All right. Well, as edifying as that lecture has been, I think we probably ought to get on with the debate. Thank you very much to the police for removing that. All right. Leah, I don't want that to come off my clock. I didn't call for that.
Yeah, he is
I'd like
so
to begin
mad.
by thanking a few people. I want to thank Leah. I want to thank ISI. I want to thank my welcoming committee out there. I would especially like to thank Brad for pinch hitting after my original debate opponent withdrew. Brad came in at the last minute. I really appreciate it. Professor McCloskey.
Curious he didn't ask Vosh to debate him. Curious. Instead, he had to invite a sympathetic libertarian. Strange.
Who I was initially slated to debate, despite 3 degrees from Harvard, could not defend transgender ideology. He knew my views, we had chatted about them, he repeatedly expressed his desire to debate, then at the last minute, he withdrew, because, I suspect, he felt it more prudent to concede than to lose in front of C-SPAN's cameras. Even a distinguished scholar could not defend the indefensible. My opponent tonight has a more middle-of-the-road position than Professor McCloskey. Unlike Professor McCloskey, Mr. Palumbo does not believe that so-called trans women are really women. He has admitted that they're men. He doesn't think we should trans the kids. he opposes men in women's sports.
By the way, Deidre McCloskey dropped out of the debate by saying, and I quote, she did not want to participate in a fascist rally. So, yeah, the reason she isn't participating in this debate was quite literally because she described Michael Knowles as a fascist goon.
But he does address men who identify as women as she and her. And he does think they should be allowed into women's bathrooms. This middle-of-the-road position makes even less sense than Professor McCloskey's. At least McCloskey is consistent. He says transgenderism is true, and therefore true for everyone of all ages. And therefore, we ought to call some men she and her, and allow them into the girls' bathroom and onto women's sports teams, and give them all the rights and privileges that our culture and law traditionally reserve for women. My opponent...
By the way, Deirdre McCloskey is a trans woman, so Michael Knowles is just misgendering his debate opponent.
Tonight, on the other hand, is inconsistent, even, I'm sorry to say, incoherent on this point. He says transgenderism is not true, but that we ought to pretend that it is, but only sometimes. He has said that if Blair White, who's a very nice guy, by the way, who's been on my show, if he were convicted of a crime, that he ought to be sent to a women's prison.
Okay, wait.
Today, we have the great privilege of being joined by the incomparable and iconoclastic Blair White to discuss what the left gets wrong on transgenderism, the problems with LGBT activism, and which pronouns we should all be using. Then, Ariel Davidson and Amber Athey join the panel of deplorables to but it's probably just providential. Today, we booked you just for today. We didn't realize it. It is it's National Coming Out Day and International Day of the Girl. That is a tremendous coincidence.
Well, it's a good thing you brought the girl.
That we brought the girl. we have the girl in studio. Now, for those of you who don't know Blair, I would be surprised if anybody doesn't know Blair at this point, but check out this video.
It's my view, however, that while the truth can be harsh, it can't be bigoted. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. In a number of studies. So
I don't actually.
I could.
You just.
I'm just looking
at my own happiness.
It does kind of seem that Michael Knowles here is calling her the girl, which kind of implies that he's gendering her correctly in this clip.
I don't know if you could hear that.
I could.
Wait, he said her? When did he say that?
Today, we have the great privilege of being joined by the incomparable and iconoclastic Blair White to discuss what the left gets wrong on transgenderism, the problems with LGBT activism, and which pronouns we should all be using. Then, Ariel Davidson and Amber Athey join the panel of deplorables to talk Eminem's terrible rap performance, but I repeat myself, fat kids, and how the Boy Scouts have officially become the Girl Scouts. I'm Michael Knowles, and this is The Michael Knowles Show. Blair, thank you for coming today. We have you in studio, which is excellent. Now, this is a total coincidence, but it's probably just providential. Today, we booked you just for today. We didn't realize it. It is it's National Coming Out Day and International Day of the Girl. That is a tremendous coincidence.
Well, it's a good thing you brought the girl.
That we brought the girl. we have the girl in studio. Now, for those of you who don't know Blair, I would be surprised if anybody doesn't know Blair at this point, but check out this video.
It's my view, however, that while the truth can be harsh, it can't be bigoted.
I could.
You just made the computers of every lefty who watches this show explode. They just exploded. Their houses are on fire. I'm actually only kidding because no lefties watch my show. You are like a voice of reason on this whole issue. You yourself are transgender. But you're not insisting that there's a third gender or a fifth gender or a 250th gender. You're not suggesting that you've become metaphysically a woman.
This is only 5 years ago, chat. This is only 5 years ago, and like Michael Knowles is portraying it as if like he's okay with like trans women and trans men, but not those NBs, you know? And in 5 years, he's gone from that to calling Blair White a man.
But, you know, you do resemble a woman. Obviously, you don't look like a man. Therefore, it follows naturally that you would be shunned by the online transgender community.
Absolutely. You know, I try to take, at least in my eyes, a realistic approach to describing transgenderism, the experience of being trans, etc. And all the trans activists, of course, hate me, LGBT activists in general. Yeah. I often call myself like the black sheep of the trans community.
Why do they? I actually saw on Twitter someone said there were like 7 kinds of trans people, and you were a category.
And someone said just Blair.
You were your own category. Yeah.
There was like right wing, left wing, Blair.
Why do they resist you? Why are they so offended when you say things that are?
Blair White, I feel like, is like maybe the trans equivalent of like. You know, obviously not exactly the same, but like Uncle Tom.
Obviously true, that are common sense.
You know, I just think there's a particular narrative that is acceptable at this point in time, and anything else, you know, diverging from that is just hated.
It's hate facts, as they call them, yeah.
Absolutely. You know, the whole topic of, you know, trans being a mental disorder, that's literally just a fact.
It's just a definition, yeah.
It is. If you want to be more precise, gender dysphoria is, but transgenderism is the state of having gender dysphoria. So for me, it's kind of like, I don't know why that's such an inflammatory statement, because people have all kinds of disorders. People have anxiety, depression, you know,
OCD,
autism, everything. So I've never understood why it's so terrible to say that or admit that. But
and to say that I'm a man, I was born a man, I have the body of a man, but there's something in my psyche that makes me think that I'm a woman, makes me identify more as a woman, makes me want to be a woman. What is so hateful about acknowledging that reality?
Nothing. And the thing about it is that when you lay it out that way, it actually helps people who maybe would not understand trans people understand.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The whole problem with trans activists in the trans community is they don't bridge the gap between the right and the left. They stay on the left, and no one gets a bit more
right wing. I mean, did you come from a Republican family, or are you the political black sheep of the family?
It was half and half. My mom's side, like harsher penalties for, you don't legislate it, friend or anything.
Logical sex from male to female, from him to her, that we're giving the left a from.
Why don't you finish?
A woman,
let's let him cook.
But other than that, just do what makes sense. You know
Is there a worry that the pronouns kind of give up the premises? So in the pronouns, in any polite society, you would just say she and her to refer to you. You identify as a woman, you look.
Interesting, Michael Knowles.
Look like a woman, just go with it. But is there something to worry about that in that premise, by granting the premise that one can change biological sex from male to female, from him to her, that we're giving the left a premise from which many of their arguments will flow, even if it's not a correct premise? Does that make sense? I didn't say that articulately.
Sense. No, it makes absolute sense. I guess in a
Blair White, are you about to make an argument about why people should call you he, him?
Sense, but at the same time, it's still about what makes sense. I mean, I don't even think it's giving the left that. I think they already have that.
They're going to take it anyway,
yeah, I think
right?
People argue against it when the reality is, like, I don't think since I was a teenager I've ever been called he. Like, even like pre-transition when I was starting to grow my hair out, no hormones, no surgery, I still never got called he. So you know what I mean? So it's just about common sense.
Because surgery, if he has said,
never been called he, huh?
But that we ought to pretend that it is, but only sometimes. He has said that if Blair White, who's a very nice guy, by the way, who's been on my show,
never been called he, him, huh, Blair?
If he were convicted of a crime, that he ought to be sent to a women's prison, because surgery and makeup have made him sufficiently dainty, whereas burlier transgender identifying criminals might have to stick with the men. My opponent suggests that we be dishonest enough to call men she, but honest enough not to force women to compete against men in sports, but still dishonest enough to force women to share bathrooms with men.
I wonder. Strange. Curious. Indeed.
Because the men aren't women, but they should enjoy women's...
I feel really bad for Blair because she really seems like she started out thinking she could convince the conservatives if she just used their language, but just went insane and now just smiles and shakes her head yes when they talk about hanging her. I don't think that's what happened, though. Like, I gotta be honest. I think that there's a certain subsection of trans women, and this might apply to trans men too. I'm not as familiar with the trans male community, the trans men community. But there's a certain subsection of trans women who believe that when they pass enough, when they look good enough, they are effectively better than less passing trans women. That they have kind of ascended to a different level. And that non-passing or uglier trans women simply just aren't on their level. And Blair White basically started out with that ideology baked in. And you can even see it in her response to Michael Knowles there, you know, like, oh, I've never been called he, him, you know, like, not since I was a teenager, you know, like, never been called he, him since I've been trying, you know, like, and she basically built her entire ideology off of that premise, you know? And so, they think they're one of the good ones. They think they are the exception. And it is unfortunate because these people just don't consider themselves really part of the trans community at all. They view themselves as something different. You'll see some of them on Twitter or social media sites making a distinction between trans women and transsexual women. Transsexuals are the cutest honeys, and the transgender women are all ugly activists, you know? And so, like, it's less that she thought she could change conservatives' minds, and more so that she agreed with a lot of the conservative points and wanted to set herself up as, like, the accepted honey, you know? The accepted passable trans girl who would be one of the good ones, you know? And in that endeavor, she failed spectacularly. And I have a very deep well of disrespect for her. Are they from the planet Transsexual in the galaxy Transylvania? Perhaps, yes. How do you say I know how to live your life better than you do without sounding like an asshole? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Michael Knowles just going out misgendering Blair.
Rights and privileges, but only some rights and privileges, and those based on, I don't know. I'm sure Brad will do his best to explain that in just a moment. Seems a bit haphazard to me. Above all, though, my opponent believes the law should pretty much stay out of it. It is this last point that matters for tonight's debate, because tonight's debate does not concern whether transgenderism is true or even how to address it. Tonight's debate concerns a more basic question. Should the law regulate transgenderism at all? On that question, there is not much to debate, because regardless of whether or not one wishes for the law to regulate transgenderism, it will. Even the most tolerant, open-minded, pluralistic society cannot simultaneously uphold mutually contradictory principles. In even the most liberal society, the law must answer at least certain basic questions. If the law has nothing to say about what a woman is, then the law has nothing to say at all. My opponent might suggest we leave it to private business to decide, but the practical implications of transgenderism extend far beyond private business, to the military, to public schools, to government employees, and to many other sectors of society. The law cannot evade the question. The bathroom issue keeps coming up because it is so clear and so instructive. It presents a conflict between two supposed rights: the right of women to have their own bathrooms and the supposed right of some men to go into the women's bathroom, thereby abolishing women's bathrooms. The law must pick a side. There is no neutrality. Unlike some other political issues, there can be no middle ground. Either women get their own bathrooms or they don't. Either women have rights and legal protections as women, as they always have, or they don't. The law might say they do, and...
Wait. Just heard I've been put on a list of public transphobes, and honestly, half of you hoes are scary, so yes, I am afraid. I'm a transphobe. You're the only one I've been around where I wasn't creeped out the entire time. That's a wild typo. Lamau, thank you, though. This is fucking wild, considering that this guy literally just went viral. He literally just went viral for making a poll about whether or not wait, was it this one? No, it's one of the deleted ones. He literally just went viral for one of these tweets where he basically argues that trans people should be murdered and executed by the state.
And the law might say they don't. But the one thing the law cannot say is nothing.
Yeah. Here we go. This is what he just tweeted out, like, 2 days ago. Would you support public executions of anyone who helps a child transition? This would include doctors, therapists, teachers, guidance counselors, etc. Things are being pushed to such an extreme that the cure is likely going to be just as extreme. Blair White literally palling around with a guy who would have executed all of Blair White's doctors.
Hi, everybody. I want to say thank you to ISI for having us, and thank you to Michael for being willing to have this debate. And I would like to say to the people outside or inside, who are not just interested in having their voices heard, but in trying to shut down this debate, grow the hell up.
Yeah, how dare trans people want to have rights? Fuck those assholes for wanting human rights. Fuck them! Anyway, I'm here to debate in favor of trans rights. Fuck this ghoul. Yeah, libertarian doesn't believe in people's liberties to protest. Curious.
The debate is happening, whether you like it or not. It's your choice to participate in it or bury your head in the sand. This is America, we have free speech, and I just don't really stand for anybody who would try to shut down the voices
They didn't do anything. If you have free speech, they have free speech. My guy! They're exercising their freedom of speech too. It's just in a way that inconveniences you, so you think they don't deserve that right anymore.
they disagree with rather than engage with them. Now, I want to start by pointing out something that might seem surprising.
Brad's a fucking moron. Well, after seeing him get bodied by Sam Cedar, I know that already.
But I am a gay agnostic libertarian, yet
I didn't know he was gay.
Recently, or not too recently, found out that I have something in common with a Orthodox Christian conservative baker you might have heard of named Jack Phillips. You see, I met him a few years ago.
I just felt like a stress headache began to like fill in right here. He's gay. He's about to talk about the fucking gay cake baker. The bakery shop that wouldn't bake a cake for a gay wedding. In favorable terms. He broke you? No, it's just that this level of stupidity was not what I was expecting right off the bat. I thought we'd warm up to it.
When he was the subject of a Supreme Court case, because gay rights activists had harangued him into court, trying to force him to bake a gay wedding cake. Then trans activists came and invented a gender transition cake and wanted him to bake that too. But when I met him, I realized we actually had much more in common than I had ever anticipated, because we both believe in pluralism, freedom of speech, and the general laissez-faire, live and let live idea of America, that we can have radically different worldviews and beliefs, but live in peace side by side, without either side trying to conquer or force the other side to bend the knee. But those activists who chased him into court, who harassed his business, harassed his family, drove away his customers, tried to use the force of the law to eradicate his beliefs, his bigoted and evil beliefs in their view. They do not. They reject America's classically liberal, pluralistic values. And unfortunately, I have to tell you that Michael Knowles and people of his intellectual ilk, they do too. They've unfortunately become essentially a right-wing version of those LGBT activists who seek to use the state to police how other people can live their lives and restrict them from living in ways they personally disapprove of. You don't have to take my word for it. Michael recently said at a speech I'm sure you're all aware of that we should eradicate transgenderism from public life. Now, to be fair to Michael, he was not, as some of his critics have mischaracterized him, calling for pogroms or for people to be killed. But what he was calling for, and what he has called for many times in many other places, is to ban transgenderism, to ban adults from receiving medical transition treatments, to ban adults from using preferred pronouns and names in public, to ban adults from accessing facilities that align with their outward appearance.
You know, it's strange. So you don't think that doctors should be able to discriminate against their patients, or nurses should be able to discriminate against their patients, but you think that like shop owners should be able to discriminate against their customers on the basis of their identities. That's strange.
And even in the case of transgender TikToker Dylan Mulvaney, who I will admit is pretty cringe.
True.
Michael has called for Dylan Mulvaney to be institutionalized. That's what we do to serial killers who plead not guilty by virtue of mental insanity. We lock them up, deprive them of their liberty, take them away from their family. And that's what apparently folks like Michael Knowles think should be done to outspoken transgender adults, because he disapproves of their lifestyle, he disapproves of their beliefs, and he disapproves of their words. Now, I'm here to suggest that that totalitarian approach to debating social issues is fundamentally inconsistent with conservative principles of individual liberty, limited government, and the classically liberal society that conservatives in the US have always wanted to conserve. But it's also remarkably short-sighted. About 30% of the United States identifies as socially conservative. About 23% identifies as Catholic, which is Michael's faith. And I'm from New England, so that I know that a lot of those Catholics are actually pretty libbed out. So what you have is a minority.
Man, just the constant attempts to pander to the crowd here. Like, bro, you're not winning brownie points. They aren't gonna like give you trans rights just because you're like, Yeah, see, I know those Catholics are libby as fuck. They're not gonna give you brownie points, dude.
Of the country, a small minority that actually holds.
They also don't think you deserve to be able to be a parent, my guy, because you're gay.
Ultra-traditionalist beliefs
Good night,
on social
Silkweed.
issues.
Thanks for the raid.
So if we want to start having the majority rules approach of suppressing lifestyles you don't approve of shutting down ideas, of banning ideas and lifestyles that aren't in alignment with your values, that is not going to go well for my friends on the religious right. Now, none of this is to say we must have a totally anarchist approach to transgender issues. I think we can reasonably and fairly discuss questions about medical, societal, and perhaps even governmental restrictions on things like children making decisions for medical treatments they can't really consent to, that could have life-altering consequences. I think we can protect rules that ensure fairness in sports where it's applicable. I think we can navigate these nuances without depriving our American adult peers of the right to live their lives how they see fit in accordance with their values. Because that's the test of freedom. It's easy to believe in freedom for the people you like. It's easy to believe in freedom for your friends, for the people on your team. But you have to believe in freedom for the people you don't like, the people that give you the ick. If you don't believe in freedom for anybody. And unfortunately, the approach that Michael Knowles and his ilk advocate on these issues is inconsistent with traditional conservative values of individual liberty, and it would ultimately set the stage for their own downfall. So we should take a pluralistic and classical liberal approach to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I am shocked to hear that I'm not pluralistic. I consider myself very, very open-minded, as we all are in America, but on certain issues we cannot be totally open-minded. Because on some issues you see a conflict of rights and a conflict of claimed rights and a conflict of freedom. So if we were debating tax policy, we might come to some conciliatory middle ground and we might hear all sides. If we were discussing immigration, we might say, okay, we take in 3 million immigrants a year today. Conservatives don't want to take in any more immigrants. We've taken in a lot. But okay, let's meet in the middle somewhere. On this issue, we can't do that because either the women have the bathrooms or they don't. Either the women have the sports teams or they don't. Certain issues, you can't just meet in the middle. On certain issues, you would split the baby, which is no good for anybody. So here, Brad is claiming the freedom of the transgender identifying people, men who think that they're women mistakenly, to enter into the women's bathroom. And what I'm defending is the genuine freedom and right of women to have their own bathrooms. Only one of those is going to win out. Only one of those is in accordance with reality, so I would just as soon defend the one that happens to align with the truth. Now, a lot of what Brad just said is not true. Brad said that America is very liberal and open-minded on these transgender issues. It doesn't seem to be the case. According to Pew Research, 60% of Americans say that manhood and womanhood is determined by biological sex. So I wish it were 100%, but 60% is not bad. It's a clear majority of the country. It's up from 56% just a couple of years ago, and it's up from 54% in 2017. So the American people are on our side on transgender issues because they have eyes and a brain, and the American people are increasingly on our side on these issues.
You know, interestingly enough, these aren't actually arguments about whether or not transgenderism should be regulated by law. They're just about what other people think of transgender people.
As for the freedom of these people to mutilate themselves and to harm themselves, I wonder if Brad would extend that same conception of freedom to someone who suffers from a body integrity disorder. Body integrity disorder is very similar to transgenderism in that it involves people, usually early onset, about 8 to 12 years old, who will imagine that a healthy limb does not really belong to them, and they'll ask a doctor to cut off that healthy limb. This would be medical malpractice today. I don't think any of us would want to allow some poor soul to have their limbs chopped off because of a disorder. We would want to give them psychiatric treatment. So,
now, I've heard this argument before, and basically the rebuttal is, yeah, if there was medical evidence that actually following through and removing that limb substantially improved their condition, substantially improved their quality of life, led to greater happiness and fulfillment for them. If there was evidence of that, yes, it would be a recommended procedure, because that's what medicine is. Medicine seeks to improve quality of life. But the evidence we have on that particular disorder is not in that direction. So we don't allow that. No, non-binary superpowers. He's making a correlation, he's making a connection between trans people and people who suffer from, there's a rare mental illness where people will feel a compulsion to remove a limb. So that limb might be like a finger, it might be a hand, it might be an arm, it might be a leg, you know, etc. It's very rare, but it does happen. And okay, but does he what? Does Michael Knowles think that, like, they put like a trans lady's girl dick in like a fucking guillotine for girl dicks? A girl dick guillotine? I don't think so, no. But honestly, he would probably my opinion of Michael Knowles is that he would say basically anything. He doesn't care about factual information, he cares about just saying whatever gets him to his next paycheck, because he has no acting skills to offer the world aside from what he currently does.
I don't really see why the same principle wouldn't hold true here, especially considering the
Hey,
very
NB
harmful
Genevieve.
effects of the transition. The largest data set on sex reassignment procedures,
See you, Dr.
both
Robotic.
hormonal and surgical, reveals no mental health benefits whatsoever. This was in October 2019, the American Journal of Psychiatry. In fact, what the data set showed was that the transition made the patient's mental health deteriorate, at least on one point, which is anxiety. Rates of transgender regret are skyrocketing. Lord Robert Winston, surgeon and scientist in the UK, found that 40% of people who undergo what we'll call euphemistically bottom surgery experience complications.
It's not a euphemism. That's just what it's called, colloquially. You could also just use the term like vaginoplasty or like phalloplasty, like if you wanted, like there you could use the actual terms, but like bottom surgery is the colloquial term. It's not a nicety, it's just the term.
Many need further surgery. A quarter of the women who undergo top surgery feel uncomfortable with what they have done. This harms people immensely. It is growing. It is raging. The numbers of young people who identify with it have doubled in recent years, and that's why we shouldn't subject people to it. Thank you, Leah, for that very kind reminder that I've gone over time.
Thank you.
So a few points to touch on there, but as to the question of polling, the American public's view on these issues is pretty nuanced, but I could also show you polls that say 60–70% of Americans believe in anti-discrimination protections for transgender people. In fact, I think the eradicate transgenderism from...
By the way, this is a debunk on for the lie he told. Oh, talking about the complications, yeah. Good resource. Thanks, Paladin.
Public life position, even as Michael describes it, not as his critics do, is not going to poll high in America. And if all you have to offer to one extreme is the opposite extreme, you're actually making that opposite extreme more likely to succeed. Imagine if instead of running against gun control, you had to run on let people own nukes. Imagine if instead of running on let's not do socialism, you had to run on abolish Social Security, abolish Medicare, abolish everything. Obviously, you're going to be less successful at actually achieving power, at winning an election, at building a consensus to accomplish what you want to accomplish. which in our case, for example, is protecting children, protecting fairness in sports, these kinds of things, if all you're offering is the complete and opposite extreme, and that's what Knowles and his company are offering. As far as bodily integrity disorder or the benefits to transition supposedly not existing, I'm not here to quibble with the scientific data. I'm not an expert in any of that, and neither is Michael. I'm here to say it's not up to us. You're a fully grown adult. It's up to you to decide what's best for you. And as far as chopping off your limbs and bodily disorder, no doctor in their right mind is going to do that. And whether you agree with it or not, it is the case that
Some doctors will if you pay them enough money.
doctors, most medical authorities, most medical bodies do recommend transition for adults with persistent gender dysphoria. So I don't view it as my place or our place to get in the way of that relationship. If that's what they want to do, if that's what will make them happy, who are we to second guess it? Who are we to tell them how to live their lives? I don't want the government.
This, by the way, is a bad argument. By the way, like, I understand the impulse to make this argument, but it's a bad argument. The argument shouldn't be like, oh, well, you know, who are we to get into the discussion here? Well, it matters, right? Like, if a doctor's trying to sell you rat poison and telling you that it's, like, actually going to, like, cure your cancer, well, that matters. Even though it's just between you and your doctor, you know? So, like, my argument would just be, well, all of the evidence that we have points to the fact that gender transition has overwhelmingly positive benefits for the vast majority of people who appear to need it. So it is incumbent upon you to present evidence that is to the contrary. And all of the evidence to the contrary that I have ever seen is largely predicated on practically fabricated studies. Studies that are misleading, studies that are not even of trans people, but are of the parents of trans people. Studies that are outdated and use language that is so broad as to encompass like feminine boys and trans girls. Like, the problem is with the data that transphobes use to try and present their points, but you notice that by making Plumbo's argument here, you don't get into that. Instead, you're just like, oh, well, you know, a doctor can sell you, like, snake oil, and, like, that's fine, because it's between you and your doctor. And I don't think that's a particularly useful or good argument to make.
Policing my wardrobe.
Well, yeah, of course, Michael Knowles would never argue with someone who's actually competent on the topic, which is why he won't debate Vosh.
Speech, what pronouns I use. I don't want the government telling me what I can believe, what I can say, how I can live my life. And if you don't want that, you have to respect that for transgender adults as well.
All right, I'll start with a question for each speaker, and we'll have a medium free-flowing conversation moderated by my gavel. Mr. Palumbo, in your rebuttal, you were saying that your concern is about the efficacy of Mr. Knowles' approach. It's not popular. I'm curious both whether you think he's right and he should just be differently strategic in how he approaches it, and whether, you know, it's always ineffective to make an unpopular point plainly and honestly, or kind of as a feint. Should the, you know, anti-abortion, pro-life movement have responded to
Do you suppose Plumbo's arguments are actually making the audience rethink anything? No, he's a clown. And most of the people here are conservative. And I would guess that Plumbo's, like, milquetoast, middle-of-the-road arguments are probably either ones they already hold, or Michael Knowles will actually sway them a little bit farther.
Kind of the backlash after Dobbs by kind of hiding their commitment to a pro-life cause or by openly making the arguments?
Yeah, so I think it's both. I don't fully agree with Michael's positions, but also from a pure tactical position, I would say it's wrong to run on the opposite extreme.
That's a really fringe case, though. Obviously, if a doctor tried to sell you literal poison, that would be bad, but that's not a reasonable thing to expect. Yeah. But also, we know that doctors will sometimes do unethical things to make money. Like, that happens. Like, if the argument is, well, it's between you and your doctor, so the government shouldn't get involved, like, that's a bad argument because it leaves open those fringe cases for things to go wrong. Instead, the argument should just be, doctors should do the thing. Doctors should participate in evidence-based medicine. You know? I just don't think that example makes the argument bad. It's a solid argument. It's not a solid argument. It's not a solid argument specifically because we have a long history of doctors doing that. Like there we have cases of doctors who will like inject cement into people's implants. Like what? Like there are so many examples of medical malpractice, and the point I'm trying to make is that like people can like doctors, if it's just an arrangement between a doctor and their patient, well, that doctor needs some oversight, needs guidance. Otherwise, it opens the door for a lot of awful shit. Obviously. Snake oil. Poison. All kinds of wild stuff. Libertarians think doctors should be allowed to inject cement and the market will fix it. Boy, do I have a bad thing to tell them about the current market. It didn't fix the cement issue. The point being that, like, and I think you'll see it right away, Michael Knowles is going to basically dismiss his entire premise of his argument by making an appeal to, like, the safety of, like, children, the safety of patients, etc., and that just because, like, a patient thinks that something is best for them, that doesn't necessarily make it so, which is going to undermine his entire argument about freedoms in the medical sense. And, like, the reality is we should have evidence-based medicine. Like, that's...
A good example of this is, you want to use the abortion context. I live in Michigan. We had a governor candidate there, Tudor Dixon, who ran on no abortion exceptions, no rape, no incest, life of the mother maybe. She lost terribly. It was every single ad because that was a wildly unpopular position. And as a result, you know, those are like 2% of abortions or whatever. You could have had a governor that would have worked to restrict 98% of abortions. And instead you have Gretchen Whitmer. So you're not going to convince me that just taking the most extreme position because it's honest or because you believe it fully, it's naive if your goal is to actually achieve change. I'm also, of course, just coming at it from a fundamentally different premise in which, look, I believe there's two biological sexes. They are immutable. But there's a lot that we attach to gender that is social. And if someone like Blair White, who I consider an acquaintance and am friendly with, if she wants to live as a woman, have surgery as she has, if that's what will make her happy, and she struggled with deep depression and mental issues, and then that helped, why would I object to that? And moreover, why would I embrace some sort of one-size-fits-all government approach that would legally force somebody with C-cup tits to use the men's room and the boys' locker room? It doesn't make any sense.
That's a good argument, actually. That's an argument that will actually reach conservatives.
I think the more concern you have for women, the less you should use the word tits on the stage. I mean it.
She was actually real mad. Yeah, he should have said bazongas and then like have his eyes pop out a little bit.
I know that you think that when someone asks you to address them by their pronouns, their preferred pronouns, they're asking you to lie to them or be complicit in a lie. But that's clearly not the only time that you believe you're asked to lie in a pluralistic society. And I don't usually see you going to Episcopalian churches to tell them you don't believe they're offering the body of Christ.
But I'm not asked to go to Episcopalian churches, mercifully.
Well, I was going to ask, why? But that's a higher stakes question for you, right? Where is Christ present? Where is he not? Why is this the issue where you want to bring the force of law, the force of your voice, to contest this disagreement among the many you have with your neighbors?
Well, because this one would appear to be exclusive. This one is inescapable. I can escape from the Episcopalian church down the street, and I don't attend it. I can escape from many liberal Catholic churches down...
Yeah, you can't escape from the Episcopalians, though, can you, bud?
On the street, by the way, for that matter. And there's no problem. Nobody's forcing me to attend. But on the question here, women will have bathrooms or they won't. Women will have sports teams or they won't. And I will engage in conversation with people because we live in a society. We're not atomized individuals, and no man is an island entire of himself. So when I am to refer to somebody, especially as a matter of public life, if I am not permitted to refer to him as him and her as her, I am being forced to lie in my regular, everyday life. Contrary to what Brad suggested, I am not a totalitarian, I'm not an authoritarian, I'm not against pluralism or whatever, but there are certain issues on which one side has to win and one side has to lose because they can't exist together at the same time. So Brad points out that Blair, who's a very nice guy, as I pointed out, might feel better by being allowed to go into a women's bathroom. I'm skeptical of that. None of the data, which I always think are ridiculous, but I'm happy to cite social science when it backs up my point. But all of the data that we have suggests that there is no mental health benefit whatsoever.
This is what is known as a lie.
From these sorts of surgeries and from the hormone therapy.
And you'll notice that he simply dismissed Plumbo's argument out of hand to talk about the data and the evidence, because that's you need to like argue on those grounds. You need to argue on the grounds of scientifically informed medicine.
So I'm skeptical that it would make him feel any better. But then I have to ask, what about the women? What about the women who would very much like to have their own bathrooms? Wouldn't that make them happy? Don't they have some rights?
Right, so I want to press you here because you're falling on the bathroom example
Yep.
when you've also talked about voluntary commitment. And I think on the spectrum of where the law intervenes, the bathroom is both kind of the least, charged issue to kind of fall back on, and saying at a certain point of delusion, I think someone who disagrees with me on this issue should be confined. I want to hear you defend that point rather than the bathroom access.
Well, I think that what's very important here is prudence. This is one of those forgotten virtues that people in our highly ideological age think that we need to have a manifesto written in 5 bullet points on a napkin to answer every question. But for example, if someone is a man who has fallen into the transgender rabbit hole, and for him it is, as it historically has been for pretty much everybody, a sexual fetish, a paraphilia of cross...
This is also what is known as a lie.
Dressing that is largely driven by pornography today.
See, I wonder, right? How would Michael Knowles react if you pointed out that, like, India has a legally distinct and recognized third gender and has for thousands of years? You can find it referenced in the Kama Sutra. You can find it referenced in like all kinds of religious and historical texts. Like this point of view that he's espousing, like, oh well, transgender people have only ever existed because of pornography and sexual obsession, when that's clearly not the case and not true, just historically and culturally. He would say some racist shit. I'm sure he would, but when you have to like put him on the back foot like that, it surely makes their argument weaker and makes them look weaker as a result, as well as just bad and ignorant, you know?
But that man still understands that he's a man. This is just a little weird thing that he does at home, and it makes him have a thrill, and okay, fine, we live in a fallen world. I wouldn't suggest we need to commit that man. But there is a spectrum here of irrationality and insanity. Let's call it what it is. And so if a man is convinced that he really is a woman, like in some of those viral videos we've all seen of the big burly man screaming in the bodega, my name is ma'am, and he's acting out in a way that is really disorderly and disrupting the public and harmful to himself. For instance, if he wants to chop off his own healthy body parts and cause all sorts of destruction to himself, then I think not only is it the right of society to take some action here to restore order, but I think it's only compassionate for that person. I think it's a very selfish and shallow kind of liberalism.
See, right, here's why you need to argue on the basis of evidence and facts. Because, first of all, they have none of them in their corner, but they will absolutely try and posture as if they do, you know, if you let them. So, in this circumstance, you need to point out that it's actually not compassionate because it's not backed up by evidence, that it's effective or at all kind or helpful to deny trans people medical transition. You can point out the overwhelming benefits based on numerous studies. You come prepared beforehand, ready to list those off, rattle those off. You also do something along the lines of point out that a lot of his argument is kind of predicated on trans people being disorderly in some way. And you can point out that, well, when cis people are disorderly, they are also arrested. And that the disorderly actions he's talking about outside of the medical context of transition would result in a cis person being like arrested or given like a warning or a misdemeanor because they're, you know, causing a ruckus or like throwing a trash can in public or something, you know, like these are things that people get arrested for or, you know, fined or whatever by the state all the time. Hey there. Yeah. Hi. Is it time for bed? Is it bedtime? Are you trying to tell me it's bedtime? It is 3:30 in the morning. Can you lay down for a little longer? No? You need to go outside? Okay. My dog needs to go outside. I will be right back. You guys can listen to... you guys can't listen to this. We'll throw on Undertale soundtracks. There you go. I'll be right back. Hello, lovelies. I returned. The music is so good, Sentient Waffle. How's Samus? She took a big poop. She's good.
It says that when people have mental problems, we ought to just let them out on the street, often to die of exposure or to go do drugs in some back alley in San Francisco. No, we owe them help. Brad asks, who am I to tell people what to do? Why would I use the force of government? We live in America. America is at least supposed to be a self-government. You're a citizen with faculties of reason and a moral conscience. You can perceive truth, and it is not only your right, but your responsibility to do so, to help your fellow countrymen.
I'll give you a moment. Yes, absolutely.
Can you explain, Michael, why you want the government to be the arbiter of truth, to decide what beliefs? I mean, I've lived through the government tell us there were WMDs in Iraq, lie to us every which way about COVID, and you are saying that the government and the people that run it should be an arbiter of truth, and then should involve.
See, this is why libertarians can't make really compelling arguments, right?
Voluntarily commit and basically
because you need to have like some kind of basic position. You need to have some kind of basic position, right? Where you can argue that, yeah, some kind of body or governing body or system needs to be in charge of, you know, determining best practices. And it can't just be the market. The market is not that system. Are you guys arguing about the fuckability of Amy Schumer? Amy Schumer is also like 20 years older than I am, Chad. Cleaver Chef, I got no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're being the asshole about, or why you should shut the fuck up. No one's being a transphobe. Non-binary superpowers is also a trans person.
Lock people up who don't meet their perception of the truth. Can you explain to me, as a matter of prudence, how that could possibly be a good idea?
Well, I'm not saying that the government is the arbiter of truth, of course not, but we have civil authority to establish and to enforce laws. And so we can either establish and enforce laws on the basis of pure will, you know, a man who says, I very much want to be a woman, and so that's what we're going to do, completely divorced from reality and the moral order, or we can establish and enforce laws as a matter of interpretation, to believe that there is such a thing as objective reality and a moral order and a natural law that we are then translating into the civil law. Traditionally, in our country and in all states, we have pursued the latter. In our age that now seems to be increasingly untethered from reality, where people will mock the very notion of objective truth, we say...
See, you notice here that Michael has now positioned himself in this debate as kind of the arbiter of truth. All of his opponents are simply denying truth, denying objective reality. And that's simply because the ground has already been ceded to him at the beginning of the debate.
That cannot happen. But to my points earlier, the law will say something, inevitably. The government is not some foreign entity. We live in America. We have some say in our government, even still today. And the law must necessarily say something.
Hey, Story Girl.
Either the women get. The
It's
reason
been
I
a
keep going to the
long day
bathrooms
of
is
streaming.
because it's just so clear, but you can use the sports teams. You can use.
I think the involuntary commitment one is relevant, though, because I think, this is not the level of force that Mr. Palumbo is worried about
Well,
bathroom
I suppose,
rules.
right. I mean, bathrooms are smaller scale, but what I would say is that these issues are complicated, and they should be decentralized. Let a business decide their own bathroom policies. I've been to a lot of places in liberal cities that solve this by having single-stall unisex bathrooms. Fantastic. Don't have a one-size-fits-all solution just crammed on the whole
I'm going to
country.
stay on the commitment question for a second so Mr. Palumbo can field a question himself. Certainly the government does draw lines around some people who should be committed, whether due to risk to others or sometimes risk to themselves. I'm curious how you, Mr. Palumbo, feel the government should respond. Is it right to commit someone for treatment for anorexia, which does not put them as a danger to others?
You know what? I'm going to interrupt here and just say, hey, we've been streaming for almost 6 hours now. If you guys would like to support the show with any donos or subs or gifted subs, I would very much appreciate it. I know we did a lot of charity streaming over the last couple days, but if any of you would like to support my work, support the channel, support the show, you can donate. Remember to subscribe on the YouTube channel, hit the follow button over on the Twitch, and also consider liking the stream over on YouTube, huh? It helps a lot. Helps us with the algorithm. I see conservatives complaining because we're getting into their feeds. Do it, baby. Do it. Let's get that negative engagement because that also drives views. I know it's cold comfort since the end of the month is always an ouchie, but I'll catch you up after the first. Well, that is lovely, Paladin Lost. I still appreciate it in advance. So, yeah, it is the end of the month. I know everyone's kind of like running on fumes here, but just making the plugs, Mood, I've done 3 hours of tutorials, 3 hours of shopping for a local union event tomorrow, and helped a comrade get a desktop PC back up and running by building them a Windows installation media desk. Damn, Story Girl, you've been busy. Yeah, Mint Kuro went a bit hard for the Transit Power project. Yeah, I get that. And yes, thank you for being a huge donor to the charity stream. It meant a lot. I appreciate it.
Purely because we believe them to be a danger to themselves.
If you refuse, will you come to my house and break my knees? No, because that sounds like a kink, and I will not participate. Yeah, still have a bunch of placards to make and an assignment to work on, but it is what it is. You got this, Story Girl. I believe in you. Let's go, baby.
To have a false belief about their body.
Aw. Punky Gal, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you very much. Here. You don't have knees, you're a waffle? True! Ugh, Neuron. We're over here operating in the third dimension. Neuron's over here operating in dimension 69,420.
I think there has to be a very high
Also, I'm gonna start playing Dark Souls, because there's still a lot of this debate left.
threshold for civil commitment. We've seen it horribly abused in the past in this country. But I think it has to be a direct danger to themselves or others, right? Their physical safety. So trans or not trans, if somebody is a danger, a suicide risk, or if they're a threat to others, then we can discuss involuntary commitment. But what we're talking about here is essentially saying, well, we think somebody has deluded and wrong beliefs.
It's gonna be
so
loud.
They should be locked
Sorry.
up. I mean, that would have gotten Galileo. That's the approach that had people wanting to lock up and kill Galileo for daring to suggest that the Earth was not the center of the universe. I don't think we all know the truth. That's part of the process of discovering the truth. And let me just say, and I'm not saying this, but a large swath of the country thinks that the Catholic faith, believing in a God, is a deluded belief, is a delusion. Should they want to have you committed?
No, the majority of Americans still believe in God.
I don't think.
Maybe not in 50 years,
All right,
but
so
today is still
in the interest of the best use of this time, I'm going to have the Galileo fisticuffs happen outside. And
I will point out on that point that they did lock up Galileo, and they locked him up for being a jerk. It had nothing to do with his stupid scientific work.
I would gloss it if they locked
fuck
Galileo
Galileo.
up for being politically taking chances
Imprudent.
that were imprudent.
You're right.
But What I want to ask here on this question for a moment is, when it comes to these questions, you've said it's hard to be sure, right? You've said, Mr. Palumbo, that you're not an expert in the science. Mr. Knowles, you've brought a number
That got
of citations
applause,
with
yeah.
Very
Conservatives are too easy to please.
What is your greatest source of uncertainty for each of you right now about the current growth in transgender identification, in the roots of it, and what would you most like to know that you don't know now?
Well, I would just like to correct you, Leah. You've said that I've had varying degrees of confidence in the scientific studies. I have no confidence in any of them. I'm just citing them because they back up my argument.
What would you actually like to see studied? I mean it, right? Like,
Kudos for honesty.
I think you're right that this is an issue that's been understudied because no one does a randomized controlled trial. That's true of a lot of things where we really care about the answer. So what would you most like to see studied in a scientific context that you think would help you and your opponents at the end of it have a better understanding of what's true?
I would most like to see this issue studied not through biology and not through some bizarre sociology course in a gender studies department, but through anthropology and through ontology and through philosophy.
It has been.
Because ultimately,
you're
what
just
this comes
too
down
dumb to know
I'm happy
that.
that all the scientific studies back up my view, but I wouldn't really care
They don't.
if they didn't. Because the question is, what is the human person?
See?
The claim of
See?
transgenderism, it keeps moving, but the claim basically is that one's true self has nothing to do with one's body. So one can be in body entirely a man, but at some deeper metaphysical level, one can be a woman. And so the old way we used to talk about this would be the distinction between the body and the soul. And there's been a whole lot written about the relationship.
See, this is exactly why you don't cede to them reality. This is why you don't cede to them empiricism, because as soon as they lose on that topic, they just move on to making a hippy-dippy soul argument, okay? It doesn't actually have anything to do with facts. It doesn't actually have anything to do with what they believe is right. It just, well, not what they believe is right. That was poor phrasing on my part. But it just doesn't have anything to do with the actual reality. There we go. Nailed it.
Between the body and the soul, the conception that has
ultimately
dominated for at least 23
anti-intellectual,
years in our
yes, because
civilization
Michael Knowles
is an
is a
idea called
fascist.
hylomorphism, which is that body and soul are united, and sex derives from the body and is an inseparable accident of the individual that persists and applies to the whole person. So that's, to me, a fascinating conversation. Maybe eyes are glazing over here in the room, but the question that we're asking here is, what is a man? What is a woman? And I am not happy with even the conservative answer, which is a woman is a womb and 2 X chromosomes. I don't know what 2 X chromosomes are. If you told me that a woman is sugar, spice, and everything nice, that to me is a much more precise description and accurate description of what a woman is. So I'm happy to have those conversations.
But I don't think that is the question. I think.
See? Like, it doesn't, he literally admits it doesn't even matter what a woman is. It doesn't even matter to him. A woman is sugar, spice, and everything nice. It doesn't fucking matter to these ghouls.
The question is who gets to decide. If
Well-
you would have the government decide for everyone, and I would have people decide for themselves in their own laws.
Let me ask you then, Mr. Palumbo. One question the government does make a decision on that arguably is a murkier question is, when is someone legally, morally, intellectually an adult?
Oh,
and
God.
that's something where the government cannot remain silent.
Oh,
We write a lot
God.
of laws.
She's asking a libertarian about age of consent. There's no way this could end well. It's why you can't really reason with them. Every argument they make is just noise. They will hope to stump you. They hope will stump you while they refuse to engage their actual arguments, which is often just emotional bias. Well, yeah, exactly, Sentient Waffle. But that's why if you are engaging in a debate, a public debate, your goal is not to actually try and convince your opponent. Your goal is to actually win over their audience. And I think that by continually showing them to be against actual reality, against the facts of, the real world, you show them to be weak, you show them to be feckless, and you show them to be incapable of actually dealing with the facts, which is, in turn, obvious to a lot of the people watching. and ultimately is what undoes their power, you know?
To draw a relatively sharp line between children and adults, even though nothing magical happens on your 18th or 21st, or for the purposes of running for Congress, I think 25th birthday. But the law has to speak. So how do you think about when the law has to draw a distinction? How do you want it to draw it?
I think that 18 is an imperfect legal age of adulthood, but it's the one we have, and we should stick to it. You're either an adult or you're not. And once you're an adult, you have the full freedoms and rights and responsibilities that come with our society, and that should include living your life in a way that traditionalist conservatives don't approve of, think is wrong, think is gross, think is bad. But for minors, I think it is fair to talk about not nearly enough safeguards on this care. I question whether they can even consent to it at all.
But I think I have a better sense right now from Mr. Knowles about how he would work through the anthropological question of when should the law set that limit. You say you're comfortable with the current one. Are you comfortable with 19? If the country were with you?
I mean, it's inherently arbitrary. I would say it just has to be consistent. Right now we kind of have a patchwork of things, like 21 for some things, 18 for some things, 17 for some things. I agree it will be fundamentally arbitrary. I just think it should be consistent. So it could be 18, it could be 19, it could be 21. What irks me is when it's inconsistent.
Well, what I'm asking you just for a moment is there's the question of is it inconsistent and the question of is it correct? And I'm curious, what do you draw on to answer the question of is it correct? You know, you're trying to draw them to some common number, but maybe you want that one to be right. You know, where do you get your account of the human person to decide what it means to pass into maturity?
I think what we're talking about when we talk...
Sorry, I zoned out for a minute. I have to back up.
Traditionalist conservatives don't approve of, think is wrong, think is gross, think is bad. But for minors, I think it is fair to talk about not nearly enough safeguards on this care. I question whether they can even consent to it at all.
But I think I have a better sense right now from Mr. Knowles about how he would work through the anthropological question of when should the law set that limit. You say you're comfortable with the current one. Are you comfortable with 19? If the country were with you?
I mean, it's inherently arbitrary. I would say it just has to be consistent. Right now we kind of have a patchwork of things, like 21 for some things, 18 for some things, 17 for some things. I agree it will be fundamentally arbitrary. I just think it should be consistent. So it could be 18, it could be 19, it could be 21. What irks me is when it's
could be 16, could be 14.
What I'm asking you just
could
for a
be
moment
12,
is there's the question of is it inconsistent and the question of is it correct? And I'm curious, what do you draw on to answer the question of is it correct? You know, you're trying to draw them to some common number, but maybe you want that one to be right. You know, where do you get your account of the human person to decide what it means to pass into